technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to the Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it, and, most importantly, an early stream. My God. It's never been done. It has never been done. Gentlemen, your eyes do not betray you. I have started the stream. Not at 9:05, 9:10, or sometimes even 9:30. But I've actually started it at 8:15, which is still 15 minutes later than I wanted. So it's a late, early stream. There we go. I'm not a skinwalker. There we are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining today's stream. Good to have you guys all here. What we're doing today? Well, it's going to be, obviously, it's a bit of an off-schedule stream, as it were. So we're just doing a chill stream. We had the hobby stream yesterday, and now we've got the chill stream today, sort of mixing things up a little bit there. But well, so we're talking about anything and everything, and once again, and not only are we talking about anything and everything, we're talking about Warhammer 40k, Old World, Bolt Action, Konflikt 47, and all of that good stuff, right? But when I say it's a chill stream, I am keeping true to my principles. So we're gonna try and avoid the salt. I'm gonna try. I can't promise anything. But I see Swords and Smith 87's here in the chat. Swords and Smith, I'm not going to be washing GW's balls. But I ain't going to be jumping on them either. We're going to have a chill one. And we're getting the channel back on track. We're getting the channel back to the good stuff. Back to the good vibes and the bad takes. There we are. And I see some people commenting on the old hammer video that we put out today. Yeah, I mean that's really been very, going back to old hammer just a little bit has not completely, like we still do new 40k. Like I said, I do new 40k and old 40k now. But going back to the old hammer a little bit has definitely helped get me a bit into perspective, and it's been incredible. So yeah, I'm looking for all of you that like the Warhammer video today. There's going to be a battle report coming out on Saturday. All right. So if you want to see Traitor Guard, or I should give them their names. The Lost and the Damned versus Demon Hunters. Then tune in on Saturday. That's when you guys will get to enjoy that. And Evan's been working on it, so I'm looking forward to seeing what Evan does with it. You know, it should be cool. All right. So with all that said, we're talking. Like I said, it's a chill stream. We're talking about anything today, guys. We're gonna be talking about hobbying and competitive play and narrative play and new hammer and old hammer and all that kind of good stuff. Truly anything goes. And I think for a lot of people, you know, maybe we could even, you know, and something we haven't done yet. Well, not done like a dedicated stream on, you know, maybe some baseless speculation for a bit of 11th edition. Because, you know, we keep talking about 10th edition this, 10th edition that, but what about 11th edition? And apparently also there's going to be a big update at some point for Old World. Like, it's getting its yearly update. So, yeah, there we are. But that's, guys, I'm just waffling now. I mean, I'm waffling worse than Varak at this point. Let's get into the stream. And of course, let's start off with our traditions. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby. And as is tradition, we're going to begin the roll call by timing out Spriggs. At this point, I think he does it to get timed out. So we have got Spriggs, Craig Mitchell. Hey, Craig Mitchell, great to have you in the stream. We should have another game at some point, bro. Christian's Team Camp, Capic Eagle, Jack Handsome. Fuck. No, he's doing it on bloody Steep. Stop! He's on bloody Steep. Fuck it. Right. Jesus Christ. Right. Capic Eagle, Jack Handsome, Christian's Team Camp, Eternal Rhombus, Mutt Dog, The Blonde Demon, Jack Handsome, Tiki the Hut, Banzai! Sammy and the Motorcycle Man, Sabin Wilson, Eldon Lean. Where are we up to? It's a fucking shit show today. Everyone is being corrupted by Spriggs. It's me, Marco, Sam and the Motorcycle Man, Jenny Bratz, Airborne 342, E Spartan, Scribbles, Jack, Zello, Grimdork Future, Nostalgia Vivek, Joe, Artillery Dread, Jack Handsome, Commander HHL, Tosh Beef Station, Hearty Fire, Captain Raelius, Cyrillic Dude, Wargaming for Fun, Swordsman Smith, Sabin Wilson, Gaming Stuka, feel like we must be there now. Garzano 5, Glenn Lee, Fear Factory, we've got Scribbles, Commander HHL, and we have got Macon, and the Wasian, Cool German Dude. Right, I think that's everyone. That's got to be everyone at this point. Free Docs, I think, is everyone else is just repeating themselves. Everyone else repeating themselves. There you go. If I missed you, don't blame me. Blame chat. The fault is not mine, sir. Major Chat must answer. Major Spriggs must answer. Major Spriggs answered with his life, sir. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for everyone who's already liked the stream and subscribed. If you've not done so already, please consider doing so. And a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream started off right. It's popping up, baby! Coming in with all the super chats and that good stuff. All right. Let's have a look here. So, we've got, starting the stream off right, it is Maud, my boy! Maud coming in with the gifted membership. Thank you for your support, Maud. Thank you for doing your part. Now, I should say, Maud, I know you're a big fan of the Ursus Infantry. I'm going down to Warlord Games tomorrow. I'm going to be playing a game with Valrak. And I will be bringing my Soviets versus his British. So the big question is, how mean do we play? I mean, do I take all 6 of my Ursus and Commissar Drugov? Or is that a little too much? Is that a little much, boys? Do we try and go as hard as possible, or do we try and be a gentleman about this? Are we an officer and a gentleman? That's the question. I need to see how someone deals with Ursovlo because it's been kicking me in the teeth. You should beat him up with. It's me, Marco. That's what. How is that even relevant to the conversation? Fucking hell. See, the thing is, I think he's bringing double Merlin for the Brits, which is very tasty. Double Merlin is pretty tasty. So, based on that, I'm feeling... But also, I don't know how many games Varak has played, you see. He's a bit of a dark horse. Because on the one hand, he... I don't know if he's played any games of Konflikt already. But on the other hand, last time I underestimated Varak, he basically managed to... I made a bet with him and he got 50 quid off me. And so ever since I have never underestimated him again. Bring an old army and pretend that you had scheduled for another game. So yeah, that's the question. Do we go hard or do we go nice? And there's no in between. I was thinking of bringing my mammoth though, because I've not had a chance to use it yet, and I feel like if I'm not going to be playing against any Rail Panthers, I feel like bringing a mammoth is a pretty good opportunity to show it off. I've got Mars Ghoul. Yeah, I can take some Mars Ghoul. Go hard. Why is that a question? Because I want it to be a good game. You know? I want it to be a good game. I don't want it to just be like, you know, maybe one-sided or the other. Yeah, Mammoth is cool, but he's very distracted, kind of effectsy. Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm also thinking that technically the Merlins will probably struggle to deal with him because he's a super heavy walker, so they can only do superficial damage to him. You know? Yeah, so I'm not sure what Varak's bringing, but I think it could be pretty tasty. Yeah. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I reckon he's been training in the dojo. I'll tell you this. I think he's been training in the dojo, and I think he's going to be ready for. I think he's had Wood Imp whispering in his ear, like a experienced courtier, and he's going to be. I think he's going to be ready to rock and roll. That's my suspicion. Yeah. There you go. Mal, at this point, Ursus Deadly works against vehicles. Mal, thank you for super chat, and yes, it does, which is why to deal with his Merlins, I'm thinking Ursus. Yeah. Hey, it's popping up, boys! Woo! Holy shit! Holy shit, boys. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You kill any more than 2 legs. You get me? We get you, sir. We get you. Thank you so much, Fear Factory, for not 1, not 2, but 50 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Shit. Man, I got to get the tank out. I got to get the... Fucking hell, what, those run over? Oh, it's all right. Let's have a look. All right. It's got to be done. Fear Factory, you crazy son of a gun. Thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. My God, sir. My God. The crazy thing is it's actually... I didn't break anything. I just dented one of my painting tins. The crazy thing is this is kind of Fear Factory's signature move. And by the way, Fear Factory, I don't want you to think there's any ever pressure or expectation for you to do it. I just think it's worth acknowledging that this is not the first time you've done 50 memberships, man. It's not the first time. He's dropped a few 50s, in fact. A few, indeed. A few. I've named tanks after him. I named a ship after him in when we did some Battlefleet Gothic streams. It was cool. It was cool. So, Fear Factory, thank you so much, man, from the tip of my toes to the end of my big, rubbery nose. Thank you so much for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Thank you for the big 50 memberships. Thank you for always supporting the channel and supporting the community. And I just want to say, a big 07, you magnificent bastard. There we are. There we are, man. We're getting the stream started on. Right. Oh, my days. I'm jacked. I'm jacked to fucking tits. All right, we got some more gifted memberships coming in here. Let's have a look. We've got Anthony Williams coming in with 5. Anthony Williams, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. The fire team to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Thank you, bro. And we've also got... We've got Cabak Eagle. Cabak Eagle, thank you for the extra Scion. Deep Strike and Lone Scion. He's been doing uppy downy in Bridgehead. Lone Scion, thank you for the gift of membership, man. We've got Grimdog Future. Grimdog Future, thank you for 15 months. X-Force, baby. Yes. Came for the good vibes, stayed for the bad takes. Hey. Well, then we've got you covered on both fronts. There we are. Yeah. I mean that's what we're getting back to. We're getting back to the good vibes. And I'll tell you what, I've noticed a big difference. I've noticed a big difference with myself personally, but I've also noticed a big difference. You know, we've had a lot of new people in the community, of course, but also since we've been sort of trying our best to get back onto the good vibes and all that kind of stuff, and be like the mighty slug, avoiding the salt. I have to say, it's been great to see lots of the old familiar faces turn up as well. So, yeah, amazing. So, Grimdog Future, thank you for your support, bro. I want to say a big thank you to Jack Handsome. Jack Handsome, thank you for the super chat, man. Have you heard of Goblin Hobby's stamping plates? I think I saw a reel on these recently. Let me have a look. Yeah. I have seen these guys. Yeah, I think they are. Let me have a look. Let me share my screen. So I think they are potentially pretty cool. So what you do is rather than doing decals, you can see this guy doing it here now. Rather than do decals, what you do is this is basically a flat metal plate, right? And you put a blob of paint on the symbol. Not a flat metal, it's a metal plate with indents in it. And rather than fucking around with transfers, what you do is you put a blob of paint on, wipe off the excess, get that little stampy thing, put it on the symbol on the plate, and then put it onto the model. And it does pretty flawless transfers every time. Yeah, you can see there. So yeah, it's potentially it looks like, I mean, look, those are not decals. That's actual paint. It's from the nail industry. Is it nail polish stamps? Nice. I like how he's using guard. He's using guard models. Yeah, so I wonder if there's any let's have a look if they do guard ones. Stamping starter kits. Oh, do they only, is it like just, let's have a look. It might be all right. I mean, there's some generic-ish symbols on there. That's fine. I mean, you could probably use these for the Imperial Guard, I reckon, if you just wanted that one. Or you've got these ones where you'll be covered for every army. Yeah. Yeah. Series 1 stamping plates. Oh, you can just buy individual. Oh, this is a bit better. So, ancient, chaotic, heraldry, industrial, runic, squad markings. Let's have a look at those ones. This is the ancient one. That feels more... That feels... It feels a... It's kind of 40k-ish. But it's a little... It's somewhat... That one's somewhat generic. That one's pretty good. I mean, that one, again, is a bit generic, but I'd probably... You could definitely use that on some, like, tank stuff. Like, having some symbols like that. And then, I think the squad markings is probably the one you would want if you were a guard player. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I think they're pretty cool. Yeah, legally distinct, right? Yeah, of course. I think the heraldry ones actually look almost the best. But they definitely have potential. They definitely have potential. Yeah. I think he needs one which is just numbers, though. Just so you can be like... Because just... You don't want everyone to have, like, the same regiment numbers. So, having some... having one which is like, this is just a plate of numbers. And you can just... It just go from 1 to, like... 1 to 100, I guess. Yeah. Could work well for Old World? 100%. Yeah. Could work really well for Old World. So yeah. Jack Handsome, it's funny. I saw one of these reels pop up on my feed the other day, and I thought they looked really good. I didn't know where to get them from, so it's good to know. So yeah, Goblin Hobbies, that's cool. I want to say a big thank you to Sammy and the Motorcycle Man. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Won my game last night. Both lists in stream discussion. Yeah, baby. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I feel like I can't see you. Have you changed your name? Oh, found you. I found you. So, so it was a 1,000-point game. Your opponent had Death Killer Wartrike, War Boss and Mega Armor, 10 boys and 20 boys. So the War Boss could probably join the boys, right? Yeah. Mega Knob. Oh no, he'd probably join the Mega Knobs. Okay. Mega Knobs, War Bikes, Killer Cans, Mech Guns, Truck. And then your list was Krieg Command Squad, Rogel Dawn Commander, 2 blobs of 20 Kriegers, and 2 tanks. Nice. Yeah, you know, as crazy as it sounds, I'm not surprised you won that game. That sounds rude, like, oh, I didn't expect you to win. Your opponent's list it's fine, but you can see it's clearly gonna come in waves. Like the War Bikers and the truck stuff's gonna come first, and then after that, a lot of it's quite foot slogging, and you can screen it out as it comes in. So what I would do in that game is basically take out the fast moving stuff and then just pick apart each of the foot slogging things that come in that are the nearest threat. So your list absolutely has the potential to do that. Yeah. So I think your opponent's got a fun list, and I feel like that would play out like a proper narrative game with the orcs rushing forward individually and the guard cohesively holding the line against them. Nice. What do we got next? Well done though. Victory is assured. It's me, Marco! Marco, thank you for the super chat, man. Like the stream, you mongrels. Like the stream, you scurvy bastards. Thank you so much, Marco. We've got a Gaming Stuka. Gaming Stuka, thank you for 31 months, man. X-Force, baby! Yes, thank you for the double X-Force, almost triple X-Force, bro. Fantastic. Thank you for supporting the stream for such a long time, man. Thank you for getting back into the guard. 07, sir. 07, mate. I'm actually at a tournament this weekend with my... it's a GT with my guard, so that should be good. And then I'm also looking to play in my next Old Hammer Battle Report. So obviously one's going to be 10th edition, the tournament's going to be 10th edition, this is going to be 4th edition. I'm going to be using my Imperial Guard versus Simon's Necron. So lots of guardy goodness coming up, old and new. We've got Craig Mitchell next. Thank Craig, my boy. Great to have you in the stream, Craig. Fantastic. Hope everything's going all right, man. Member for 43 months. 43-month member flex. Oh, triple X-Force. And dude, rapidly closing in quadruple X-Force. It's never been done, bro. Holy fuck, man. Some Old World campaign pictures in stream. Wow! Dude, we need to get another game in. We do. At some point, I know you're... whenever you're in the area, or you know, whenever it's a possibility, let's get a fucking game on, bro. You know, lunch is on me, drinks on me, and let's get a game in and film it up, man. Because, you know, it'd be really cool to see. It'd be really cool to see either, because I know you've got Empire now, so we could always mix it up, and I could use Orcs and Goblins, and you could use Empire, or, you know, if you wanted to, you could use the Orcs and I could use the Empire, and we can go traditional, whatever you prefer. I'm easy breezy. Or you know what? Why are we arguing? Let's both use Orcs and Goblins. You'll definitely beat me because you know the army better than me, but I'll have a ton of fun running boys at you. Yeah. Running an Old World campaign, if you're interested, have 11 Old World armies. You personally have 11 Old World armies, or there's 11 Old World armies involved? Both are cool. Let's have a look at the pictures here. Hey, is that Grom the Podge? Classic Grom. Oh my days. Wow, that looks awesome, man. Is that Nomadic War? It looks like it could be Nomadic War. Wowzers, trousers. I love it, man. That's cool. That's a really, really fucking cool army, man. Nice. I need to get my ball boys painted up. I've got them built and primed, and I haven't painted them. And I've been a bit naughty. Hey, there we go. Empire lads holding the line. Classic 6th edition handgunners right there. Love them. That's cool, man. I still wish. I'm still holding out hope. I'm still holding out big hope. Hey, cool. I love the fortress. I'm still holding out big hope that Games Workshop brings the 6th edition state troops back with the lion shields. Really, 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 really hope that. Like, if they do, I'm picking them up. I'm picking a lot of them up. Yeah, that looks really cool, man. I love the look of the all cav. So it's all cavalry, orcs, and goblins, but not nomadic war. Interesting. Well, you can obviously do that, right? Because a lot of the goblin cavalry is core. So that's cool. Yeah, that's. I just presumed it was nomadic war, but I guess it doesn't have to be. Dude, love to see it. Always love seeing your orcs and goblins in action. Always love seeing more old world. Fantastic. I love it. Yeah. Joe, didn't they already bring those state troops as made to order? No, they went too far back. They went too far back. There's a version between the two which have got big round shields with lions on them, and they are the best looking state troops they've ever done. And I'm just waiting. Someone did send me back from the community very kindly. Did send me an STL so I could 3D print them, and I probably will. I'm probably going to go down that route, to be honest. But I'd still like to get the OG plastic ones as well, you know, just because they're cool. But yeah, there we go. What do we got next? Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Yes. Amazing, man. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Tiki. Banzai. Tiki, great to have you back in the streams on the regular, mate. Great to have the support. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the banzais. And I also want to say, Tiki, I saw your picture before with all of the tanks from Actum Panzer, and dude, it just feels right. Look, I loved your 4th edition orc. Was it 4th edition orc reports, Tiki, or your 500-point orc games? I loved your orc stuff. I did, and I'm getting back onto the cool, chill Warhammer vibes. But it just feels right seeing Tiki with tanks, with bot action, with conflict. You are the emissary. You know, like in Stargate when like the priors went forth and spread the word of the Ori. You are like the first Conflict 47 prior, spreading the word of the rift. And you know, at first we didn't want to hear the word of the rift, but now The rift speaks clearly to us. Like, I can genuinely say Tiki was probably the first person in this community that put us onto Konflikt when it was the old edition, and now look how vindicated he is. There you go. One must bust a rift. Ah, yes, the first rule of the Ori. Tiki, it's the truth, man. It is. So, 07, you magnificent bastard. Great to have you back. Great to have you back on the IJA stuff. Nice. I want to say a big thank you to Trooper, my boy. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. 07, sir. Could you react to one of these? You have two choices: Minisodes, Eldar vs Marines, Bat Rep, or Miniscape Lehman Russ video. So I think I watched the Lehman Russ one, and not only that, I think I did watch it on stream as well. So I think we've already had it. I just didn't stream highlight it, but I think we've already had it. But I'll check. I'll take a look. I'll take a look. I will definitely look at one or the other. Yeah, 100%, definitely. I want to say a big thank you for your support, man. And yeah, we'll take a look, man. Let me get it. Let me get those loaded up so I don't forget, because you know what I'm like. Minisodes and Miniscape. There we go. We'll have a look. And then we've got Tiki, my boy. Tiki, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Take Max Bears. Tell Valrak fists are greater than Bob the Builder. No. Bob the Builder is greater than fists. Sorry. It's greater than the Imperial fists. Fuck's sake. Dude, I mean, I will take as many bears as I can. There you go. I'll take as many bears and as many daughters of the motherland as I can. There you are. What have we got next? I'll tell you what, guys. Give me 1 second. I just need to have a quick... I know it's a little early, but I just need to have a quick comfort break. So I'll be back in 1 moment, and then I'll get to the super chat from Nick and Marco.
Like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
All right, I'm back. Oh, fuck it out. I go away for 1 minute. Someone nukes the bloody stream. Fuck it out. Right. Oh, man. Yeah, so we started the stream a little early today, but my body didn't know, so I needed my pre-stream shit. Let's have a look here. So I want to say, bring back the chair. I'm sorry. I want to say a big thank you to Ridemaster, my boy. Ridemaster has come in with the Death Striker, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! My God, sir. My God. Ridemaster, thank you so much for the very, very generous super chat. Holy fuck, man. I mean, dropping that big old nuke early on. I raise my glass to you, sir. Great to have you in the stream, man. Thank you for your very, very generous support. You magnificent bastard. Can we get some 07s down in the chat and show some goddamn respect to Ridemaster for dropping a big old Death Striker? If I get it down there for Ridemaster, we should have done it for Fear Factory before as well when he smashed it with his 50 membership. So spam the 07s in the chat for the big supporters. There we are. Ridemaster, great work on your recent videos and VODs. This year has been rough because my work schedule doesn't line up with the stream anymore, so it's sporadic to say the least. Desk update in stream discussion for Russ and the Allfather. Ridemaster, thank you so much. I'm glad that you've been enjoying the videos, man. Obviously we had a couple of beginning of this week. We had a couple of more beefy ones, but I've been trying to, wrestle my way back over to just look the good vibes, the good content, and all that kind of stuff. And I'm glad that you've been enjoying them. Yeah, I'm glad you've been enjoying them. Ridemaster, thank you for the support. And dude, real life always comes first. Like you make sure you're doing well at your work and all that kind of good stuff. And obviously it's a shame that the work schedule doesn't allow for the stream as much stream attendance as before, man. Of course, we miss having you around, bud. But don't worry, you're still one of the OGs. We still love it when you pop round. You're still one of the one of the pillars of the community and all that kind of stuff, mate. I remember when you went from Watchmaster to Ridemaster. I know it, man. I know it. So, dude, it's just whenever you can drop by, we appreciate it. And you're very kind and generous with your support, bro. So just, thank you. Thank you. Let's have a look at what you've been working on, man. Let's have a look. Cool. That's a lot of Space Wolves. That's a lot of Space Wolves. Holy shit, man. That's going to be like, look at all that they're spilling down here. Holy shit, bro. Is this rows of 5 or rows of 10 or more? 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I'm guessing, okay, so we've got 11 times 5, so 55 Marines there. And then another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, it's got to be 100 Marines. It's got to be 100 Marines, man. And then you've got them down here as well. Holy shit, bro. I just love, 40k players just casually just collecting entire companies of Marines. Just getting the big one. Well, I guess it's different with Space Wolves though, because they don't respect the Codex Astartes, do they? They're like, go fuck yourself, Gilliman. So yeah, I love that. I love that I love that with Space Wolves you can go like full horde mode and it just feels right for the faction. Yeah. 180 Marines built. Oh. I keep saying it, boys. Warhammer players are built different. Not even Warhammer players. 40k players are built different, man. Give a 40k player give a 40k player the opportunity to collect an army, and whether it takes days, weeks, months, or years, They will no life that thing until it is one of the most impressive things you can see on the tabletop. Yeah. So cool. So fucking cool, man. I love it. And I tell you what, I don't even think it's, I'm going to go a step further. It's not just Warhammer players. It's not just 40k players. I'm going to say, boys, I think it's guard players. If you get a guard player and take him from the guard and put him into another faction, the first thing he's going to do is work out how he can get 200 infantry and all the armored support they can get. But no, that's not how we play, Marines. Marines are meant to be elite. Where are your Victrix Guard? Where are your Primarchs? Where are your heroes? Shut up, nerd. We're gotta fire up this bitch. There you go. Look to the back left in that cubby. It is like 12 units and heroes, and I have a lot in the magnet case. Nice. They're just spilling over. They're just spilling over. Incredible, man. It's beautiful to see it. It is. It is genuinely beautiful to see it, man. Fantastic. Ride Master. It is a very, very impressive bit of hobbying that you have been doing. And I just want to say thank you so much for your support. And thank you for sharing that picture, man. And I hope work isn't kicking your ass too much. And I hope you're able to join a few more streams, bro. Amazing. There you go. Wizardland Forever. Until you paint 5k points of Skaven or Snotlings you haven't known paint. I don't know, man. I'm going to say Wizardland Forever. Look, I love Old World. You know I do. You know I'm a champion for Old World. But I do tend to find that Warhammer Old World players don't quite hoard it up as much as fantasy players did in the past. And that's not even really a bad thing. It's not even really a bad thing, right? Because back in the day, to get to be remotely like, hang on, Rat Batter, hang on. Back in the day, I feel like Skaven players, before they could really start thinking about how they would build the full force, had to begin with 300 Skaven slaves. And then once they'd done those, then they could start thinking, because that was only 600 points. So once they'd done those, they could start thinking about like actually beginning collecting the force properly, right? So I think that's how it used to be, right? That's how it used to be. And now I feel like, Skaven players, I just don't think, when was the last time you saw a Skaven player just max out on clan rats? I know you don't want to hear it. I know you don't want to hear it, but if you're going into battle and you've not got at least 3 bricks of 40 clan rats, at least, do you even Skaven, bro? Oh, but Mordian, they're not as good as they once were. Oh, but Mordian, they're too expensive now. What are we doing here? What we doing here? Now I'm increasing it to 4 bricks. Not 5. I tell you what, though, on a serious note, I do think Skaven have been dealt a bit of a dirty hand in Old World, and you can only get mashed in the face so many times before even the most diehard Skaven player starts having to, improvise, adapt, and overcome. And I will say that I think with the advent of the square-based comp, where Skaven can get is it like 2,400 points now or 2,600 points, something like that? I do feel like with that comp, that's the Skaven Clan Rat Horde is probably properly on the table again, as it should be. Also, just dropped mad money on 240 infantry and around 40 models for a third army. Rat bastard. What army? Because you've got your Chaos Marauder army. You've got your Skaven army. What is the third army? If you say Cathay, I don't think we can be friends anymore. Spoiler 3. What could it be? Right. What could it be? I reckon 240 infantry, right? I reckon it's going to be either undead or goblins. I reckon. I don't know. Yeah, I think undead or greenskins would be my guess. Could be Empire, though. But I don't know if you'd need quite so many infantry for Empire. I mean, I have a lot, but yeah. But I reckon could be... Oh, but it could... I'll tell you what. It could be Empire. Okay, so it's either going to be... one variety of undead. Zombie Horde for vampire counts. Skelly Horde for Tomb Kings, right? It's either that, or it's going to be some sort of mad goblin army. Or it could be a lot of state troops. Or it could be a lot of state troops. But if you go down, if you're going down the state troop route, I reckon it's 240 infantry. To me, that sounds like someone just bought the Landsknecht army from Warlord Games. It sounds like it. So that does come with a lot of infantry. So I would love to know. I would love to. I know you want to keep it close to your chest, but I would love to know. You should send me a little teaser or something. Yeah. They are third party. This is fun. 20 quid. Right. It's third party. It's gotta be. It's right. It's either gonna be. Right. I'm calling it now. It's either gonna be Wargames Atlantic Skeleton Horde Army, or it's going to be Warlord. One of the Warlord Games boxes, like the Landsknecht Army. Maybe the Samurai one. If you want to get the... I don't think if you wanted to go like Cathay, but I'm not sure. That's my guess. That's my guess. Now, Bastard, I think you don't have to tell me. Oh, it's an Etsy shop. Oh. So it could be 3D printed. Oh. Okay. Okay, so I'm probably not right then. I'm probably not right. Let me see. Let me see what kind of deals they do. UK resin print, you say. What have they got? It's definitely Cathay. Oh, no, they do goblins as well. They do goblins, but the Cathay stuff's at the top of the shop. To be fair, they cover literally everything. So, wait, is that 1 minute? Oh no, you can buy number of models 20, including command group. Scale 28 mil, quantity 1. Okay. Fair play. Do they also do okay, they do a lot of different stuff. Alright, and then I've no idea. I still reckon it'll be some kind of horde army. Yeah. Well, obviously it's a horde army, so some I reckon I'm still reckoning maybe undead. Yeah. Yeah, I reckon. You have to let me know if I got it right. You have to let me know if I got it right. If I didn't, then that's fair. All right, what do we got next? What do we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Nick the Salamander. Thank you for the super chat, bro. ETA on Trooping the Krieg completion video. So I think all of the details are... Let me just check something here. Let me check. No, that can't quite be right. Or maybe it is. Oh, it is. So, all of the numbers are now verified and done. Okay. So now it's just a case of making the video. So I just need to basically just sit down and do it. I was going to do it this week, but basically I've had to fuck around with doing my taxes this week, along with just basically getting whatever videos out that I can do. So it's probably not going to be recorded until next week. So it'll either come out at the end of next week or it will come out beginning of the week after. So it's not going to be for a week or two, basically. But it will. Obviously, it will happen, you know, obviously. So we've got all the numbers. Everything's good. All right. All right, man. What have we got next? Marco, my boy. Pictures of the best Ape models in stream discussion. Let's share them, man. Let's share them. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Now, you haven't got the big lion shields, and you've actually converted them to have the halberds, which is fucking cool, man. That's actually really cool. I like that, because normally it's got the little spears. Yes. Big, bold boys. That's what it's all about, boys. There we go. Nice. Yeah, these are the OGs, man. These are the OGs. OG swordsman. Yeah, those were the best swordsman models as well. Yeah. Games Workshop needs to bring these state troops back. Not the new ones. These were the ones in the 6th edition starter box. They absolutely were, man. Yeah. I love it. So cool. So cool, Marco. They're the ones I'm talking about. Yeah. We've got next. I want to say a big thank you to Butt Mountain. Butt Mountain, thank you for the Giga Chad. In case nobody noticed, a new hand touches the rift in stream discussion. Wait. Wait. Butt Mountain, I'm seeing some pictures, but I don't think they're from you. Oh, no, there is. Oh, shit, man. Oh, shit. That's neat. More 40k content creators diversifying their portfolio. 40k VTuber Christian von Carmain. Hello. I've actually heard of this guy. He does some good videos, and he also does videos with Paul is bad at stuff. And I actually think Paul is one of the I think he's one of the best up and coming 40k content creators at the moment. His channel is absolutely exploding in popularity, and I reckon he's gonna be big. I reckon he's gonna be big. So yeah, I think he's already quite big. I think he's gonna be really big. He puts a lot of effort into his videos. They're very, very well edited. So yeah, big shout out to him. But hello, I am one of the influencers of Warlord Games for K47. That means they sponsor videos but pay me in tanks instead of money. It's true. Do you want to know something today, guys? I got accused of getting paid by Games Workshop. Me, of all people. I know. I was pissing myself with laughter. If a mod gives me the okay, I will share links to my K47 videos as they are released. I wouldn't want to break the self-promotion rule if it isn't allowed. The next videos I make will be about getting into the game, advice for your first games, and go from bot action to K47. I hope I can be of use to you all to make your games more fun. So where is this posted? I'd love to know where this is posted, because was it on the... It looks like it might be on Facebook. I don't really use Facebook anymore, you see. It could be Facebook, could be Reddit. But yeah, like, that's cool. And it's great to see more content creators getting into it. And I tell you what, it was on Facebook. Okay, fair enough. I tell you what, let me have a look. How many? I tell you what. So this is what I was going to say, right? So Christian von Carmine has got 25,000 subscribers. So, you know, we're not talking like a small channel here. We're not talking 200, 300, 400,000 subscribers, but 25,000 subscribers is a really, 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 like, it's a significant amount. It's a big deal. It's nice. It's nice. We're seeing more and more people, different channels of all shapes and sizes getting interested in this game. So that's really, really cool. We've got some really big ones that are getting involved, and we've got some smaller ones, and we're getting some that are in between, and that's awesome. So yeah, big shout out to Christian von Carmine. I think he's doing a good job there. But he does do stuff with Paul is bad at stuff, right? I was actually watching a little bit of this video earlier. I didn't get quite a chance to watch it all. But what was I going to say, right? All I'm going to say is, Paul, he's closing it. I reckon he'll have 100,000 subscribers in a month or two, which is really, I'm genuinely fucking happy for him, because I've seen him like coming up, and he's just been like, no, and he's been doing great. But he's a big upcoming channel, and I'm fearing if we've got Christian on, touching the Rift, can we get Paul is bad at stuff? Because he doesn't say specifically bad at Warhammer, right? He doesn't say specifically bad at Warhammer. So I would love it. I would absolutely love it if Christian corrupted Paul, and Paul ends up not only becoming bad at Warhammer, but also he ends up becoming bad at Konflikt 47 as well. What is the equivalent of 18, or is it 18 Centurions that in Konflikt? It's like it has to be something that's like kind of terrible. 18 Mark IIs? I think Mark II robots might be the equivalent, right? Big and shooty. I feel like 18 Mark IIs. Because you could get 16 in an assault platoon. Can you afford 16 though is the question. Let me have a look. It's only 1,000 points for 16 of them. So he could get 16 Mark II robots, 4 squads of 4, and that would be like running 18 Centurions. There you go. Because they're more shooty than anything else, aren't they? Yeah. I tell you what, 16 Mark IIs would be quite powerful, actually. Take that and then 3 Guardians. You got yourself an army. Yeah. There you go. Let's get Paul 16 Mark IIs. Mark IIs are really good though. Yeah, I don't know if they're not bad though. So I don't think Centurions are bad. I think Paul has proven that they're actually perfectly viable. Yeah. Yeah. That's cool. But they're slower and they're shootier than something like Shrek Wolfen or Ursus. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. All right. But mounted, that makes me very, very happy to see that. And I'm excited to see what Christian does with it. And I'm excited to see if he manages to corrupt Paul into it. That would be cool. Next, we've got Hi Marshall Bungle. Thank you for the super chat, man. 27-month member flex. 27 months. Double X-Force, baby. Pictures and stream discussion. The core grows. Bro, I saw this, man. This is fucking badass, man. Look at this. Yeah. Everyone's new army, new year, new army. That's what it is. So we've got 1, 2 boxes of Deathcore there. 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes of Deathcore, 2 command squads, and an artillery team. Nice. 2 platoons and a bit of fire support. That's the way we like it. And there's also like this Black Templar Castellan just chilling out. Or is it the yeah, it's not the Marsh, it's the Castellan. Just chilling out at the back like, I'm in the core too, baby. I love the core. Cool, man. Nice. Very nice. Welcome to his Imperial Guard. The Emperor's true finest. There you go. I know you think the Black Templars are the true finest, but it's the Guard, really. We've got. I'm just baiting him now. Let's have a look here. We've got Ride Master, my boy. Holy shit, Ride Master. He's done a Death Strike chat, and now he's done 20 gifted memberships, baby! We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You go ahead 1 or 2 legs. You get me? We get you, sir. We get you. Oh, dude, Ride Master. Very, very kind, sir. Very, very generous. An entire platoon. Or is it in Space Wolf parlance? Basically, an entire squad of Blood Claws. An entire pack of Blood Claws. Yes! It's a little bit more, but you can have a few extra Blood Claws in the squad if you want to. Ride Master, thank you very much for your awesome, kind, generous support. You're an absolute mental bastard. And thank you for your support. There we go. Let's have a look. High Marshal Bungle. Heresy! Before you come down hard on me, High Marshal Bungle, I gotta tell you something. I bought a new codex. I bought a new Black Templar codex. But not a 10th edition one. I saw a Black Templar codex going for a good price on eBay. Mint condition. Pick that bad boy up. I don't mean to alarm you, chat, but the Black Templars are coming to Midhammer, and I'm very ready for them. I'm very, very, very ready for them. There you go. If we're gonna do Black Tide, we're gonna do it properly. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I rebased all of my neophytes onto bigger bases, and I'm gonna have to undo it. But that's fine. I'm okay with that. Yeah. I wonder how I'll be interested to see how my existing Black Templar collection fits in with 4th edition. If it fits in, I reckon I'm probably gonna I'm gonna wait till 11th edition and see if Granular War Gear comes back. If Granular War Gear does not come back and I have to take a bunch of free war gear, and GW wants me to buy like 40 Marines to update my collection, I'll probably just get rid of the Primaris part and just put my Black Templars as an Old Hammer army. Because they've already got rid of my Crusaders. My OG Crusaders, so yeah. Which would be cool. I'd love to, yeah, if they go, I don't want to have to, I don't want my army to die, so I want it to, but I want it to go somewhere where I can enjoy it. Yeah. What have we got next? Florida Eccentric. Florida Eccentric, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Hobby update and battle report in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Ooh. 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute. Holy shit, man. Look at this for a fucking hobby haul. Oh my god. British Starter Army, Automated Carrier, Panther X, Churchill Meteor, Merlin, and what have we got down here? British Armoured Infantry Section, British Automated Infantry with HMGs, the Commonwealth Bag, Lancer Automated Platform, Hunter Mobile Platform, Galahad Armored Officer, Dog Squad. We've got Joseph Sepp Alberger. That's a special mini down there. Bombardier, Cerberus. Are those some? Those look like they might be American infantry. Oh no, they're Commando infantry there. And then I was in Germany. Wow, what a fucking hobby haul! What a fucking hobby haul, man. Awesome. Now, let me give you a little bit of advice on some of the British units. All right. I strongly advise you, if you don't already have some green stuff, to get something called Milliput. It's dirt cheap, mate. Like I'm talking maybe $5. Okay. It's basically cheaper green stuff. It takes a little bit longer to set and it's a little bit less tacky, but it's a little bit chalkier, but it's much, much, much cheaper. You're going to want some of this stuff. Specifically, you're going to want it for these robots here and for these robots here. Okay. The British Mark 1 robots, the resin ones aren't too bad, but the old metal ones are a bit of a nightmare. They are, okay? I begrudgingly bought a second squad, but yeah, it's just important. I don't want to put you off because the models are good in game, and when they're done, they're great, right? But I want you to go in there sort of eyes wide open, being like, okay, when I get to the robots, don't get frustrated. If you find yourself getting frustrated, just, you know, chill out and come back again. But the reason I recommend the Milliput is because you can use it to make it much easier to bring all the bits together. Because what I have found is, if I might be able to show you here, actually. Give me a second. All right. So you can, this is one of my robots, right? So you can see the arm joints. The arms are separate to the body, right? But then also, you see where the glue line is there. That's where I've been using my Milliput, right? The gun, the hands of the gun are molded on. The hands are molded onto the gun. So you've got to try and like line the arms up, and then line the gun up, whilst using super glue. And bear in mind that super glue, you know, it can stick instantly, right? So what I do is I put Milliput in the slight sockets that are the arm bit, basically in the sockets, not in the plugs, but in the sockets. So there's sockets on the arms and there's sockets on the hands that go to the guns. I put Milliput down there first, then I put super glue on top of the Milliput, then I bring it all together, because the super glue might dry instantly, but the Milliput, it's tacky, but has a bit of play in it before it hardens. And then once I've got it in place, I do a little bit of spot welding and I put a little bit of super glue round the connection bits again. So if I show you like how I do it, you know, I'll put Milliput on this arm, Milliput on this arm, glue, you know, glue on the arm, put them on like that, and then, you know, put one on, put the other one on. Then I will have already put Milliput in the sockets for the hands. You know, put a bit of super glue on there, line that, and then what I can do is I can hold on to that bit and put the gun on, line it all up, and then the Milliput keeps it in place, the super glue keeps it in place, and then what I'll do is I'll get my super glue, you know, and do like a little bit like spot welding, you know, like put a little blob on top there and it'll drip down because I get the thin stuff, and do that there, then do a bit there and do a bit there. So if you follow that process, if you follow, and then you do something similar for the legs, right? You can see I've got Milliput connecting the legs, and right? And if you do that policy, if you do that, they're a piece of piss to build. If you don't do that, you will find yourself tearing your hair out in frustration. So the Milliput super glue trick is the way to go, for sure. There you go. Other than that, every other model you'll probably be totally okay with. But if you find yourself struggling with any of them, you know, it includes some of the bigger resin ones, milliput superglue. Milliput superglue works every time. Yeah. Hope that was clear, mate. I hope it helps. Sorry for telling you how to suck eggs, and thank you for your support, man. And I love that you've got the big hobby haul. But don't worry, we're not done yet. We've got a battle report. Battle report. Understand. Let me zoom in a little bit here. Okay. Understand we are new to the game, so it's highly possible we made mistakes. It's cool, bro. Dude, I make mistakes in all my battle reports, and I'm still fairly new to the game, to be fair. At dawn, the quiet canals and brick houses of the small village of Amstel trembled as forbidden energies blend into the world. Rift technology flaring beneath its cobblestone streets and drawing rival powers into a deadly confrontation. Colonel Faust, commanding the Axis vanguard, advanced with brutal confidence, his forces spearheaded by a towering Wotan, supported by a Panzer IV and savage Schreckwolfen. So you brought a really fucking good list. Nice. A hardened squad of Parakadutsi and 2 elite units of Fallschirmjäger. Okay, fair enough. The other units of infantry are a little bit more toned down. Yeah. Opposing him, Major Chen Yi of the Imperial Japanese Forces orchestrated a precise and ruthless defense, deploying an Inigo Walker, Sasori Light Walker, and Chiha Light Tank, backed up by disciplined Imperial Infantry, deadly ghost attack squads, and resilient battle frames with concealed sniper teams, multiple officers, and rumbling mortar teams, ready to saturate the battlefield. After Rift Energies warped reality itself, Amstel became the crucible where steel monsters and experimental war machines would decide who would claim the future forged by the Rift. Nice. Okay, so I like the board. That's very nice and bright and like just nice and bright and colourful. It's nice to play on some boards with a bit of colour on them. Yeah, nice. Snipers infiltrate the village, prepared to rain invisible death upon the enemy. Cool. Love the anti-tank rifle sniper. Hey, got some more up there, man. That's cool. That's a cool model. I don't recognise that sculpt. Are they the new Japanese ones? They're cool, man. In the backfield, the German Wotan and Panzer IV. It's the walkie one as well. Nice. Wait in the backfield, ready to unleash Rift Energy upon the enemy. Knowing their superior range and armor keeps them somewhat safe. While the Parakadutsi fly to advance on the intelligence marker, Imperial Ghosts make their way closer to try and take on the Parakadutsi. The Wotan also strikes its first victim, the Chiha tank. Oh no! No! The Wotan! It's gonna slap the piss out of all of them! No! Oh dear. The Panzer IV expects the Ghost to move on into range to go after the intelligence marker and takes an ambush order. When the Ghosts do move, the Panzer uses its surging rift die to obliterate the Ghosts before they can near the intelligence marker. Shit, man. Shit in hell. Fearing the Parakadutsi will come under assault, the Schreckwolf will advance into the position, followed by the Fallschirmjäger. That's a cool picture. I like the colour scheme you've gone for. Unfortunately, they fall under the fire of Japanese MMGs, mortars, and snipers, failing in all tests to attempt to get intelligence marker out of the area. Oh, okay, so fair enough. He's hitting back. He's hitting back. The good old MMG team. It never lets you down. I'm loving the Micro Studios terrain, by the way. Micro Studios just makes the best bot action terrain. I'm so glad. I'm so happy to have them as a support of the channel. Yeah, they're really, really good. I shout them out in every battle report. They're absolutely worth it. That's a cool picture there as well, man. The new assault frames do look good. They do look good. The Fallschirmjäger pass the intelligence marker down the line, finally getting it out of the area. As Imperial Japanese plans falter, the Wotan finishes the Inigo and Sasori Light Walker. Did you get two in one shot? That's pretty cool. As the battle raged through shattered streets and burning farmsteads, Colonel Faust seized the moment when the rift surge peaked, ordering a final, merciless push into the village centre. The Wotan advanced like an iron god. That's cool. Its crackling weapons tearing through the Chiha tank before turning the Inigo Sasori into molten wreckage. The Axis war machine shrugged off all return fire as if it were nothing more than sparks in the air. With the Japanese armoured column annihilated and the mechanized support reduced to smouldering husks, Fallschirmjäger and Parakadutsi swept the ruins, cutting down resistance, while Faust engineers secured the pulsing rift technology beneath Amstel Square. Major Chen Yi's surviving troops were forced to withdraw under relentless fire, leaving the village and its terrible secret in Axe's hands. As the rift device was extracted and the warriors stood sentinel amid the wreckage, the Axes departed Amsel's victorious, carrying with them a fragment of power that would reshape the war far beyond the village's ruined canals. Hey, yeah, it sounds like it was a little bit brutal for the Japanese player. You know, there was a few like heady heights, you know, where he got managed to kill some of the Fallschirmjäger, do a bit of, you can see he's doing a bit of work on them with pins and everything. So it looks like, there was like a few moments where the Japanese kind of got a few small victories, but I feel like your opponent went through a similar experience that I've been through, which is you get these little small victories of the Japanese, but it's difficult to clinch the battle. But tell your friend not to be disheartened, because I am working hard day and night, and I'm very confident the Japanese have got some sneaky tactics which will make them very powerful. And also, I want to say, well done to you. Victory is assured. Amazing, man. Awesome. Loving the battle report. Loving the hobby haul. Loving it all, man. What we got next? Rex here! Dude, thank you for the 10, bro. Drop pod list at 2k points. 1 captain, 1 judicar, 3 times 5 scouts, 1 times 10 assault inserters, 1 times 10 intercessors, 2 times 5 devastators, 1 times 10 hell blasters, 1 times 10 incinerators, 1 times 5 assault terminators, 1 land raider, 4 drop pods. So I'm guessing that's going in the new drop pod detachment. So the scouts are good. They can just do infiltrate ship munchy work. Cool. Assault intercessors. What would assault intercessors could go in the land raider? Or would the terminators go in the land raider? Terminators would probably go in the land raider. And then for the 4 drop pods, you're looking at assault intercessors, devastators, hell blasters. I think the 2 5-man squads probably don't end up in the drop pods. I think it's the 3 10-man squads, right? Yeah. What are Primaries but firstborn veterans with the worst leadership? Ah! True. True, Rex here. True. I think the list has got some viability to it. Yeah. You've got some good objective play, and you've got some bit of anti-tank with the Land Raider and the Hell Blasters, I would say, and the Devastators. And then you've got some choppy as well. Yeah, I don't know if it's a tournament winning list, but I think you could play it and have a bit of fun with it and win a game. I think you could win games, not events. That's the way I would look at it. Yeah. But I don't play Marines, though, so if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, But Rex here looks cool, man, and I love that. I love that. Primary Earth Marines, the first one veteran of worst leadership. Yeah. I feel like, I feel a lot of people have... I don't know. Maybe it's just us, myself, Rex here, and many others in chat. But maybe, I don't know. It feels like there's a lot of people which have kind of turned their back on some of the newer Warhammer concepts, like Primaris Marines, for example. And not necessarily like turn their back on them, like like being a knobhead about it, but just, like Rex here making like a good joke about it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe there's just, I don't know. I think maybe it's a bit of an end of edition burnout, or maybe there's something bigger going on. I don't know. But, I definitely feel like I've noticed a change in the air a little bit. I'm really genuinely curious to see what happens when 11th edition drops. I reckon there's a 90% chance that all of us, including myself, the salty boys, end up, scuttling back and loving it. But we'll see. We'll see, won't we? Arantanak, thank you for the super chat, bro. We're so back. Pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Hey! Yeah, baby! Dude, I fucking told you, man. I fucking told you. I remember us talking about this, Arantanak. I remember us fucking saying, I was like, bro, you've got to check out. I can't remember who came first. Lol. Though, if you said you were getting into Old World first, or I said you should try it out. But I remember us talking about you and Old World in the past. And I fucking love to see it, man. I fucking love to see it. Get your Old World on. It's cool, man. And that's the Highland Minis steam tank, isn't it? Yeah, it's a beaut. It's a real beaut. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah. I really hope that. That's your steam tank. Wait, that's yours. I thought it was the Highland Minis one. Oh, bro, that's cool, man. That's cool. I apologize, sir. I apologize. But don't take it as a criticism. Highland Minis does some very, 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 very good work. They are, in many ways, considered to be the 3D printing, 3D printing person of Old World. So the fact that I thought your work was as good as theirs, and that's no disparagement against your work. That's not what I'm saying, man. The fact that I thought your work was as good as theirs, was their work, as it were, is a massive compliment. It's intended as a massive compliment. Yeah. So there you go, man. Dude. Oh, I know. I bought like half the sculpts. Me too. Me too, man. I love it. So Old World has got you hooked so much that it's got you thinking about getting back on the model designing. Yes, mate. I love it. I fucking love it. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, man. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for sharing this. And thank you for putting a big fucking smile on my face. Nice. That's cool, man. I can only be motivated to sculpt if it's something I actually want to play. True that. Yeah, man. Oh, Antonak. I gotta tell you, bro. Join us. I know you're like, but Mordian, I'm in Old World. You don't need to buy any new models, mate. You've already gone. Join us, bro. It is entirely possible for you to run, I would say, hundreds of infantry in 4th edition. I don't think you'll win. I think you'll win some games, but it's entirely possible. I mean, let me find my codex. Let me find it. Let me find it, man. So, you've got your original. Me too, bud. Gotta have the beaut. The OG, right? So I'm just saying. Right, I'm just saying. So you can take one conscript platoon for each infantry platoon, right? So that means you can get 3 blobs of conscripts in a 4th edition army, which doesn't sound like a lot. But remember, these conscripts can be taken in squads of 50. So, not 30, 50. Properly, back in the day, right? Let me do the numbers here. If you did that, that would only be 600 points. That still leaves you 900 points. Now, you're going to have to take 3 infantry platoons as well to unlock that. Each one of those infantry platoons is going to come in at 120... 160 points each minimum. But that only comes to 1,080 points. And that's minimum. So that would leave, and then you would have to take another command squad on top of that for like the company command platoon. But let's just put like 100 points aside for that, right? Right? Let's just say you take a heroic senior officer who's 70 points. Give him, or do you just go senior officer? Yeah, you probably want heroic, right? So you go 70 points. Well, let's not get into the weeds, right? The point is, we'll say 70 and we'll let... Right. That would give you 225 infantry. No, 230 infantry. Because it's 25 in each platoon. You've got 3 of them. And you've got 150 conscripts. That's 230 infantry. And you still have 350 points left over. You could just use that 350 points to get yourself extra heavy weapons in every single squad. Right? Extra heavy weapons in every single squad. I mean, if you did that, I mean, let's fucking build. Let's build it, man. Let's build it. We can do it. We can do it together. Let's do it. How much is a las cannon? 25 points. Or would we go autocannon grenade launcher? Maybe not everyone would get a las cannon. Las cannons are expensive, but the old autocannon grenade launcher combo is a bit cheaper. You know? If you took autocannon grenade launcher and voxcaster, that's 28 points. Let's do that on one platoon, and we'll do it on the platoon command squad as well. And then let's go for the classic. Let's go for, what's a las cannon and plasma gun? 35 points, so that's plus a voxcaster 40. How much commissars, by the way? $40 points each. You would want 3 of them. Okay. You'd have to play around with it a little bit. But the point is, you could take 3 commissars and put them in 3 squads of conscripts, because you can do that if you take independent commissars of one of your regimental doctrines. And then you could take 3 platoons, 3 squads of conscripts, and you'd probably have over 200 infantry, and you'd have the anti-tank that you need as well. I'm just saying, man. You've got the infantry. You've got the models. You've got everything you need. All you have to do is reach out and start playing some 4th edition. Yeah. Glory, why not just use 5th edition codex? Just because it's 4th edition and the 3rd edition codex was what was used through that edition. But there's little difference between 4th and 5th. In terms of the codexes, I would use the 4th edition codex over the 5th edition guard codex because of regimental doctrines. This is the best. This is the best codex. This is still unbeaten as the best guard codex because of that. Yeah. You could use 5th edition rules, but I feel like I am controversial in this opinion. I think 5th edition is where the spam began, when Liam Rusties could be taken in squadrons and all that kind of stuff. I know you don't actually miss out on any of your, and you don't actually miss out on any of your like weird and wacky Lehman Russ designs, because you can get those from 4th edition Imperial Armor and more. Yeah, I think even the Punisher might be in there, but I don't know for sure, so don't quote me on that. So this is where it's at. 4th edition is the best edition. I know this now. I know. I'm convinced. Yeah. All right. So Arantanak. Punisher was 5th edition Codex Merlin, but I'm not sure about about Imperial Armor. Imperial Armor, I'm pretty certain there was a lot of strange Russ variants in Imperial Armor that maybe or maybe not the Punisher, but I'd check. Yeah. It didn't have the Punisher? Okay, I'll take your word for it. Frankly, I'm not bothered. The Punisher is a meme unit, and if I have to lose the Punisher to go back to 4th edition, I'm fine with that. Sorry, Punisher fans. Sorry. But other than if I have to lose a Punisher to get everything else, I'll do it. Someone, what did it cost you? A Punisher. that's all right then. Yeah, I thought so. I'm busting your balls, Merlin. 5th edition, I think I would consider the 5th edition rules with the 4th edition codex. That might be where it's at. I have to get the 5th edition core rules and see what the differences are. But I feel like the only thing that the 5th edition really had that was different was cover from intervening units. Yeah, they didn't really bother with the size 1, size 2, size 3 cover. They just did cover for intervening units. So I feel like that was the case. Other than that, I don't think there's probably lots of small differences. I think they had a lot of like, I think it was mostly little differences, and then the Guard Codex, obviously, you got more like tanks and things like the Vendettas and stuff like that. But honestly, I don't see why you couldn't just take a Leman Russ Punisher from 5th edition and put it into 4th edition. Why not? You know, it's basically it's our game at this point. You can do what you want, right? I think that's how you do it. Yeah. Yeah. Grease Clip, maybe a 4th edition Elder Army is something I look at. I get to use my Wraithstone Inspectors again. Yep. Yeah, man. I think if I get an army for 4th edition, I think a new one, not just using the ones I already have, I think it could be Eldar. I have all the models. I've literally got an Eldar jet bike right here that I want to use. Yeah. Yeah. Spartan, what my friends and I did was use 5th edition core rulebook, but you could use any codex between 3rd and 7th. And any special rules they had used their close equivalent in the 5th edition rulebook. Yeah, I think that's a good way of doing it. Yeah, I think that's a very good way of doing it. For sure. Yeah. Cool. All right, where are we up to? Antonin, look at the conversation you triggered, man. It's great. All right, we've got John Shepherd. John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat, man. Work in progress of my bolt action and K47 in stream discussion. Coming along nicely. Let's have a look, mate. Yeah, it is cool. It's the dude, it's the basin every time, bro. Every fucking time. So almost done with the veteran here, 8-man unit. Busy building the other unit as we speak. Also working on my Pack 40 for my other winter army I'm doing as well. And I've been doing the basing on my sniper team and my K47 AT sniper team. Nice. Mate, the basing is when it all comes together. Nice. I like the 50 cal sniper you've made there. That's really cool. Haha, that's cool, man. I love putting using the big oval bases and you know, making a bit of dire armor out of it. It's coming together. Every day we get a new update, and every day it's looking a little tastier. Nice, man. Fantastic. Thank you so much, John. As always, loving the daily updates, man. Fantastic. We've got Emporium. Emporium, thank you for the super chat, bro. Hot take here. I personally prefer Old World over Fantasy. 1 minute. I personally prefer Old World low Fantasy over 40k. This is coming from a Zoomer who has never even grew up with 6th edition Fantasy battles. Those floppy hats are glorious. Love Dwarves too. I know what you mean. So, I think Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k lore back in the day was peak. And I know I'm coming from a position of ignorance because I haven't read a lot of the new lore, right? But what I think kind of happened is the old world blew up and basically essentially got obviously we're ignoring the end times, which exist as the worst ever 40k lore, basically, right? Worst ever lore that GW's ever done, including Age of Sigmar stuff. But putting the end times to one side, pre-end times fantasy basically just stayed in stasis. And then 40k lore has continued on. And in some ways, it's cool that the lore is... In some ways, it is cool that the storyline is advancing. I do like that the 40k storyline is advancing. But I do think that... I think that on the whole... I can't point to a Black Library series of new lore. And some of you guys might be able to, so push back on me if I've got this wrong, by the way. But I can't point to a new Hammer lore series which has been able to capture the same magic as some of the titans of Old Hammer, like the original Eisenhorn trilogy, the Night Lords trilogy, Gaunt's Ghosts, that kind of stuff. I can't think of it. I feel like there's been loads and loads of Black Library books which come out constantly, and yet they all sort of fade into obscurity relatively quickly. Whereas, you know, if someone new joins 40k, this isn't just me saying it, that a lot of people will say, you should start off, if you want to start off with some 40k lore, you should start off with some of those old things. Twice Dead King is good. Twice Dead King is very good, but I thought Twice Dead King was I thought it was older than that. Maybe Twice Dead King is a good example, but I thought it was older than because I thought we looked this the other day. When did it come out? Okay, 2021. So no, it wasn't that long ago. So when would have that been 8th? Okay, so Twice Dead King. I'll give you Twice Dead King. That's very good. Yeah, Twice Dead King is very, very good. I'll give you that one. Yeah. Twice Dead King is very good. But and I do like Twice Dead King. I really do. But I would say it's in my top 10. Whereas it's probably 10 in the top 10, right? Of all-time favorite Black Library books. But it's not up there with Eisenhorn. It's not up there with Gaunt's Ghosts. It's not up there with the Night Lords. It's, you know, do you know what I mean? Not up there with Hell's Reach. So, you think it's as good as Hell's Reach? I think Hell's Reach is better. I think Hell's Reach is better than Twice Dead King, and I like Twice Dead King. But Hell's Reach is just on another level. Oh, is it as good as Hell's Reach? Is it as good as Hell's Reach? Yeah, exactly. So my point is, with all of this, 40k lore has continued on, and I think that in some ways the lore has got, in some ways there has been advantages, but by it moving on, in some ways it's it's changed, and I'm not entirely certain for the better. And we're not talking about even the new Custodians lore. That's like the sun. We can't look at that right now. We can't even look at that right now, okay? But then you get over to Warhammer Fantasy, and it's like that is still in its time capsule of peak lore, because I think they've only released one Warhammer Old World book, and it was just a shitty tie-in that they did with the launch of Old World, you know, the Bretonnian one. I don't think there's been any other books after that. It's just been, and I think that's the only one they've done. So, yeah, So I think that's the difference, and I think the reason why Emporium, I think the reason why you as a zoomer is looking over at the old world lore and going, this shit is awesome, is because it hit its peak and then stopped. Whereas I feel with 40k, it hit its peak and it's plateaued and maybe gone down a little bit and maybe gone up a little bit and maybe gone down a little bit and maybe gone up a little bit. Do you know what I mean? It's gone, but it's not notably improved. Yeah. That I think that's a good way of putting it. You know what? I am willing to accept that the new law is equal to the old law. I don't think that's true, but to disagree kind of thing. But I don't necessarily think 40k law has actually got better. And again, not including Custodies. I think, if you point to books like Twice Dead King, and I think you can put them up there as like equal, but I don't think they've increased the height of the peak. And because of that, it's kind of just sort of, I think it's probably gone down a little bit, but at its best, it's maintained. Yeah. Emporium of the Weird. Yeah. I never thought about it like that either. Literally, as I was talking it through with you guys, the thought popped into my head. Yeah. 1 minute. All right. Yeah. What did Elden Lean say? Did he say something controversial? I want to find him. I don't know that. I don't know that song. There you go. Elden Lean, you brought this on yourself. Yeah. So yeah. Basically, long story short, I'm not surprised that you are finding old world lore interesting. Because I think that it's like when you go around like a military history museum and you get to see all the really cool stuff, right? It's the same vibe as that, and you love it. You always remember when you go to your military history museums. I don't know, I always do as a kid, but yeah. McCon, the new 40k law is crap. The older 40k stuff was much better, and I'm only scratching the surface of the fantasy books, but I have been enjoying them. Yeah. I think I felt the same way. Like I let me know if this sounds if you went down a similar route. And by the way, this is just the route I went down. At some point, you read a 40k book that you just thought was a bit mid. 40k book, bit of lore, could have been an article, could have been a video, whatever. But at some point, you encountered a bit of 40k lore that was just so mid that you kind of just, without realizing it, that was the last bit of lore you read. And then you sort of stopped being as involved with the lore. Maybe occasionally something slid across your desk and you're like, oh, yeah, it's kind of all right. But at one point, you just stopped consuming it quite the way you once did. And then you got your first little look at, let's say some old world lore. Maybe finally you listened to all those people that were like, you should check out Gotrek and Felix. And you read it, or you listened to it on Audible, and you realized that actually you hadn't gone off the lore. You're still a lore guy. But you found something that you found the good stuff again. That's the journey that I've been on. And I bet there's a few people in chat that'll go, yeah, like, I had a look at some of that fancy stuff, and it was like, it hooked me again. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. We've got a few more super chats here. I used to be a lore guy. I've been saying for a while, I'm not a lore guy. I have updated my stance. I used to be a lore guy. Yeah. Yeah, Rat Bastard, you told me about that. I need to check it out. Macon, that was me with the Horse Harry series. Loved the first batch of the books. Stalled out midway through. Then started reading Gotrek and Felix and loving them. Yeah. Yeah, people keep telling me that the Horus Heresy series is peak. And I'm just like, it might be. I will believe them. But I'm not quite willing to read the 10 good books out of the 100 books in total. Right? Okay, I have a confession. And I think this is going to upset a lot of people. I couldn't even get halfway through Horse Rising. I think I read maybe 4 or 5 chapters. I got to the bit where they've just conquered the planet. The Remembrancer is going... The male Remembrancer is going through the town or through the city. And he sort of goes into a bar. There's a bunch of locals that hate him. He goes out the bar. I think he goes into an alleyway and gets like beaten up or killed. I'm not quite sure. I can't remember. Basically, they've conquered the locals. The locals aren't quite on side yet, right? And I don't know if he dies. Like I said, I don't know what it was. It just didn't get me. I think the issue is that it's very Space Marine focused. It's very, very Space Marine focused. And there's only ever been one Space Marine focused book I've ever been able to enjoy, and that was Hell's Reach. Every other Space Marine book I've tried, and I've tried a lot of them, I've stalled out. Yeah. I just stalled out. Yeah. But people tell me it's good. This was like 15 years ago. This is very early on. Yeah, this is very, very early on. So it might be that if I tried it again now as an adult, I'd be better. Maybe it's something I need to listen to rather than read. But yeah, I don't know what it is. I just find Space Marine books difficult to enjoy. Yeah, maybe I've just got a bad imagination. I can only read about normal humans. Yeah. So logic, slow is better than books like Krieg, where the battle for a hive city happens in like 1 to 2 chapters. Yeah. The worst lore I ever read was the Damocles short story omnibus, where Shadow Sun is such a tactical genius that she conquers something like 13 hive cities in 1 day. It reads like the author doesn't know what a hive city is. Like they don't understand the scale of how big a hive city is. Like at one point they're describing there's this hive city and it's like its walls are bristling with guns, and Shadow Sun sends in these. It reads like a tabletop. You can always tell when someone's a bad writer, by the way, when the battles they describe sound like they're describing a game of tabletop Warhammer they played. And that's what all the battles sounded like in that book. Yeah. That's whenever I notice it all the time. Yeah. Whenever it sounds like they're describing a game of Warhammer, that's when I'm like, this is shit. Yeah. Anyway, what have we got here? Let me have a look. Board Borobab, thank you for the super chat, man. Dude, great to have you stream, man. It's been a little while. After getting my kill team, Death Court of Krieg, I've decided to add to my Krieg. Is it normal to get this hard when I look at heavy artillery? No, it is perfectly normal. And if it's still hard, 3 hours later, don't call a doctor. It's perfectly natural. There we go. There we go, man. Kavik Eagle, thank you for the super chat, man. I'm all in on Old World now. I have witnessed Sigmar's light. When is the next battle port? I'm fiending over here like a Skaven over Warpstone. Yes! I love it, Kavik Eagle. I love it. Dude, I've never met a 40k player who hasn't tried got a little bit. I've never met a 40k, not even player's the wrong word, 40k hobbyist, right? Who hasn't got a taste of Old World and instantly converted. Instantly. You get that little taste. Like, honestly, Games Workshop should hand it out for free. First hit should be free. It should be. Pick any. They should have a policy. Pick any box on the shelf, and you can have it for free as long as you know, maybe you can build it. They sort of, I don't know how to do it, because people just go, I'll have that one and sell it. But in a world where people wouldn't just scam my system, in a non-existent world where they wouldn't scam it, I'd be like, have a box. The first one's free, and after that, man, it's because it's a fucking war game, bro. It's a fucking war game. It's not a board game. It's a war game, and that's the difference. Where's the next battle report? So I am hoping to record a battle report with That Rat Bastard soon. I was going to try and play some K47 with them, but I think we'll do Old World first. But yeah, I mean, I tell you what, can I... Right. How... One minute, just check something here. If you bring the kit back built and painted, you get a refund. There you go. There you go. But I just thought this morning sent me a message. I just checked it. I'm having some regrets. Right? I signed up to this team tournament this weekend. And if I don't go, I could film a Konflikt 47 battle report and an Old World battle report. And I'm pretty certain there's a guy waiting in the wings who could take my slot. And I really want to do those games. The problem is, it's the first proper tournament where I can take Grizzled company. And so I really feel like I should. I've got to use Grizzled. I've got to do at least one GT with Grizzled, right? I've got to. But I'm just feeling the pull. I'm feeling the pull of the rift, the pull of the Old World. I'm feeling the pull. Oh man. I don't know, boys. No, I can't. Yes, I have committed. I know. Yeah. The company will still be Grizzled next month, right? Who knows? It's GW. Yeah. Who knows? Might get nerfed. Might get nerfed this weekend. Oh, man. No, I'll enjoy it. I'll enjoy it. Yeah. Me and Dingbat, just to rub it in, I had my first Old game of the year, and it was amazing. You are rubbing it in a little bit, but I'll let you off. I'm glad that you tried some Old World, man. Today! You tried it today! Amazing, man! That's cool. I'd love to learn a bit more about it. I love hearing about people's Old World journeys, man. All hobby journeys, to be fair. Yeah. Yeah. Cool, man. Yeah, see, I'm getting into Old World for sure. It is tempting. It's the best game Games Workshop makes. Oh, not my first ever, just my first year. Fair enough. I've got 7 Old World games booked next week. Matthew Sinclair, you're gonna have to be careful. It might drop off if you play it that much. Yeah. Spartan went to my first local tournament for Old World. Absolutely loved it. There really wasn't any sweats and just had a blast with Slayer host. I think that's what I've been saying. Old World has the vibe, passes the vibe check. There are sweats in Old World, of course there are, but it's a little bit like Bolt Action. Sweats make up about 5, maybe 10% of the community, and the maybe 10-15%, but the remaining 85% plus are just there for the vibes, and it's because you're always going to get people who want to sweat it out at a tournament, but the vast majority of people go there they're just happy to be able to play the game. And I don't know how, I think as time goes on, Old World will become sweatier because more and more people will figure it out, and it'll get solved a bit like 40k is. But for the time being, even 2 years on, Old World is still a great vibes game. Yeah. You said you can't pick between Cathay or Bretonia. I mean, both are very strong. Both are very, very strong. Cathay, I would probably go Bretonia first. Only because... Look, I don't want to... I know you don't care about power level. I know. And I would wait it till the end of the month because, as Ratbastard said, there's an FAQ coming which might fix them. The issue is that if you're a new player getting into Old World and you get in with Cathay, because they've got such a dodgy reputation at the moment for being for being very overpowered, people might give you a bit of shit for it because they probably won't. But you're always going to get that one knobhead who's going to be like, Cathay, you're a fucking knobhead. Do you know what I mean? Right? So, I think Cathay are like a second army. Yeah. Yeah, they're a little bit the tower of the faction. Even if you get into them with the best of intentions, it's not going to stop people from being a bit of a dick to you. Do you know what I mean? And it's a shame. It's a real, real shame. And seeing what's been going on with Cathay has actually given me a very good perspective on the bullshit Tau players have to deal with, right? So it's a real shame because I think you can build Cathay in a totally fine, legit way. I would say if you're thinking about Cathay, wait, there's a new book coming out called The Breaching of the Bastion, which will expand their model range greatly. And between that and the FAQ, hopefully the faction will get straightened out. So if you're not jumping in tomorrow, I'd say wait until those things drop. If you're desperate to jump in ASAP, I'd say go for Bretonia. Because Bretonia are strong, but no one really begrudges Bretonia for being strong. Even after being for 2 years of them being strong, no one really begrudges it because it's strong in quite a straightforward way. Like, oh, you've got a guy on a Pegasus that stabs you and you fall over. Yeah. And there's ways of building Bretonian armies which are a bit shite as well, like spamming peasants and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, if you wait till your Marines wrap up, and then I think we'll know what's going on with Cathay a little bit. Yeah. Some dorks still cry about Peg Knights and make fun of people. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, and I agree with that, right, bastard. Bretonia earned their time in the sun after 20 plus years at the bottom. It's true. It's true. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? That was a good super chat, Catholic Eagle, and I just want to say, more Old World coming soon. And I can't wait to see your. I want to come on this Old World journey, man. Even if you're just reading about it at the moment. The moment you get your first models, post pictures. Even if they're just in box, post pictures. I gotta see it. Yeah. Keeper of the Imperial Assault coming in next. Painting again. Pictures in stream discussion. Oh, dude, well done on getting back on the paint because I know that you were doing a lot of painting towards the end of last year, and you were getting a little bit burned out. Oh no, wait, sorry, keep it personal. First time you painted in 6 months. I swear that maybe it was Admiral Sodium I was getting slightly mixed up with, but because you both got salty names, right? So this is the first mini painted in 6 months. Just need basic layers edge highlights. Quite happy for 2 hours of work after such a long break. Trying new paint scale is death metal from AP and gold is from old gold from AK 3rd gen. Dude, he looks great. He looks really 2 hours work. That is really impressive, man. Really, really, really properly good. And guess what, boys? It's more old world. Old world, baby! Old world, best world. Come on. Right. Gentlemen, we've got to make it happen. We've got to make it happen. I want old world to take its rightful place as equal to Warhammer 40k. I think it's getting there. I think it's getting there. It depends. I think if there's any time that's going to happen, it's the next 6 months. The moment 11th edition comes out, 40k will storm off into the sunset. It'll storm off into the sunset. But right now, we've got this opportunity, even if just for a moment, us old world believers can stand on top of the world. Nice. I was like, I breathed in that. There we go. Nice. Zello, for Christmas, I got my first Sony box. I've already built the minis, now slowly painting them. Take your time. Cavalry can be surprisingly not necessarily difficult to paint, but surprisingly long-winded to paint. So don't worry if it's like, fucking hell, it's taking me ages to do these cavalry. Don't panic. It will take you a little while, but you don't, it will take a little while, but if you slowly, methodically work through them, the army will come together quicker than you'd expect. The infantry you should be fine with, but the cavalry can be a little, take a little while. Yeah, it's specific. I think the Pegasus Knights are fine. It's the fucking Knights of the Realm. They weird. Yeah, take the whole day to pick 1 kill on each cav. Yeah, it does. But just take your time and don't get burned out. And if you find yourself getting a little frustrated, don't try and push through it. You'll end up doing your motivation more damage than good. Just go and paint something else for a bit and then come back, or go and play some video games and come back. Yeah. Cavalry is definitely a marathon, not a sprint, and a lot of people can get burned out on Bretonnian cavalry because they don't necessarily know that that's the case. Yeah, so take your time, Zello, and the models will come together and they'll look great, man. I think we've got another picture from Keeping the Imperial Salt here. Yeah, nice, man. Did you say that you use speed paints on these guys? Yeah. I feel like you said that in chat, right? Speed paints. Nice. Yeah, I love them. So are these army painted speed paints, or are they a mixture of traditional paints and speed paints? Because I feel like that gold is not a speed paint. That looks like it's not speed paint gold is very good, but that looks a little like a traditional paint. Whereas if some of the metallics, maybe I'm not sure actually. Just accept the gold. Yeah. It looks good, man. Yeah, the new Tube Kings do look great. It is honestly something that it's something I can't express how much I love it. That Tomb Kings are. Let's put it this way: if you'd asked anyone before the launch of Old World if Bretonnia and Tomb Kings were going to be 2 of the most popular armies in the game, no one would have believed you, considering how badly they got treated towards the end of Fantasy. It's great. I know a lot of people are sad that not all of the core factions are in the game. But I will say that I think Old World, by only having 9 core factions rather than, I think it's 14 or 15 to start with, I think that they have been able to give each one of those factions a decent amount of love and attention. And I'm hoping that Old World is a gentleman's game. It's a slow burn game. So I'm hoping that over time all of the new factions come in, but that Games Workshop takes their time. Other than Kislev, I'm really not bothered about any new factions coming to Old World. I know that a lot of people are very excited for Cathay, but I know a lot of people were excited for Cathay. And maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just a grognardy bastard. But if they had announced that Skaven were coming back to Old World as the big reveal 2 years in, I would have been a lot more excited. Gotta bring back the old clan rats and the big monkey hands and all that kind of stuff. Oh, you gotta wash your mouth out. We need vampire pirates. I would say bring back vampire counts first, and then in an arcane journal, bring vampire pirates. Yes, that's how I would do it. Have an arcane journal to expand them. Get the foundation laid, then put the arcane journal on top. Yeah. That's how I would do it. But give them, when I say give them arcane journal, I mean a proper one, like Renegade crowns them, not a couple of extra units or characters. Renegade crowns them. Yeah. I like Cathay though. I think it's a shame how they've been implemented, because I almost wish they'd released them and they were shit. I almost wish they'd released them and they had been not like unusably bad, but you know, like dwarfs, where they're like good, but they've got like just a glaringly obvious flaw, which kind of just forbids them from winning an event. They'll win games, but not an event. I wish if I could snap my fingers and make something happen, that would be how I would release Cathay. Yeah. Because it's a shame, because the first ever new faction in fantasy in decades ended up getting tainted. But hopefully they'll fix it. If they fix it with the FAQ and they fix it with the Arcane Journal, I will be on Team Cathay. I will. I won't buy the models, not because I think they're bad, but because I don't like how fiddly they are. But I mean, I might buy a Sentinel, but I'll definitely get the Warlord Game Samurai Army. And if they release Dark Elves, full Corsair Army. I love Corsairs. I do. I think they're great. I'd have the red Drake capes. I've already got the army planned out in my head. I'd go dark purple, red capes. Or I'd go black and red capes. Yeah. What have we got next? Let me have a look here. We had Keeping the Pure Salt. Chris K! I think it's Chris K next. It is! Chris K, thank you for the super chat, man. Hail Mordian, new acquisition in Discord. Yes! Here we go, man. Band of Brothers, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, boys. Every post. Old World Army, Konflikt Army, Bolt Action Army. Is the revolution here? I feel like the revolution is here, boys. I don't know what's happened. Maybe it's just a one-off stream. I don't know, but it feels like the revolution is here. I've been calling it, boys. Oh, it's mental. Every army seems to be, you know, Bolt Action or Konflikt or Old World. Yeah. But action, Conflikt World, yeah. Great set. Very good choice, sir. These airborne troops, man, they're beautiful to build. They're the latest ones. And the German Grenadier ones, they're a little older, but they're still a piece of piss to build. The Hanomag is easy to build. I've not built the half track. I advise you, when you build the half track and when you build the Hanomag, to not put the extra machine gun on the back or put the extra machine guns on the sides, okay? Because you have to pay points for them, and they're a bit shit. They're expensive, it's like 15 points per gun. So get the HMG on the American half track, get the MMG on the front of the Hanomag, and don't bother then the extra ones. Just keep the bits. Just keep the bits, but I wouldn't build them with them straight away. Yeah. And then in terms of, I think it'll tell you, like, it'll give you a little field manual. Yeah, follow the field manual. My experience with bolt action field manuals is they actually teach you relatively good loadouts for your units, with the exception of maybe the vehicles. But for the infantry, it'll tell you, like, hey, build this guy with this, then build this guy with this. You can follow it. You'll be all right. Sit safe. That's cool, man. And you get the rule. It's a good little box. It's a good little box, man. Nice. I love it. Chris K, the bad news of the day, my car batch died, and that ate up half my afternoon. Good news of the day is I just got a box full of GIs and Jerrys, ready to build and paint, as well as some tall grass and water texture to make some marsh terrain. I blame you for putting this game on my radar. Shame, Mordian, shame. I will take the blame. I am not sorry. Not sorry even slightly, man. All right. We've got Evolution of Gaming. Evolution of Gaming, thank you for the 35-month member flex. Double X-Force, baby. Nearly triple X-Force. Ah, incredible, man. Almost 3 years subscribed. Where has the time gone? Bro, I don't know, man. A lot's happened in 3 years. A lot has happened. We've seen, well, almost 3 editions of what we've seen. End of 9th, all of 10th, beginning of 11th. So we're gonna, you know, before next year, we will have seen taken part in 3 editions of Warhammer. We all have got involved in multiple of the war games. Dude, it's crazy to think, man. 35 months ago, nearly 3 years ago, or this channel had less than, I think it was about 10,000 subs, and which I'm very happy with. You know, I was very happy with, and but I only covered the guard. That was it. And now we talk about everything and anything. It's cool, man. It's cool. Evolution of Gaming, thank you so much for your support, and it's been great to have you along with it's great to have you as part of the channel for the last 3 years, man. Incredible. And I look forward to you getting your Plasma Pistol next month. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Project that no one cares about in stream discussion, I think. Oh, Cosmic, oh, no one cares about my project. Oh. I care about your project, Cosmic. I think it's cool, and I want to see it. I like all of the Cosmic projects. You know I do, man. That's why I always ask about them. Let's have a look here. Working on some kind of project, not sure what it is, but it's cooking. Dude, it's cooking. You know, it's like a stew in the oven. You know? Mate, I'm interested. This looks cool. It looks very cool, man. Bale. Nice. I like that, man. I like the ground, but yeah, seeing the oil slick cape as well. Oil slick cape of the Hellfighters. I love that picture. That was the picture from yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah. Very, very cool. Ooh, that's a new one. I love him addressing all of his Hellfires. Nice. I really like the color scheme. The green and the green and brown works really nicely together because it feels grungy. You know, a lot of Marines can be really bright and popping, and it's actually quite nice to see a Marine chapter which is like grungy, really grungy. Hey, cool. It's done the AI has done a really good job. Yeah. I like that. I like the dread gas on the shoulders, man. That's cool. Cosmic. Solid effort, mate. Very cool. I don't know what the project is yet either, but I'll tell you what. I'm here to see. It's cooking. It's stewing away, and I'm here. I'm ready for a nice, delightful, hot, steamy bowlful when it's ready to be served up, man. Nice. Cosmic coming in again. Cosmic coming in again, man. It's not just 40k. Look, thank you for the super chat, man. It's not just 40k. Look at any series now. Most new writers just don't have the same skill these days. There are some good and some bad, but we remember the old. I think you're right. I think Cosmic. There's a lot of people in. We have a good mix of ages in this community, right? People who are a bit older, people who are, you know, middle-aged, and people who are a bit younger. But I feel like the majority of people in this, you know, we've got a few zoomers zooming around, but I think the majority of people who are in this community are probably somewhat middle-aged, right? And I think what we're probably going through is a very similar thing to what a lot of our parents have gone through over the years. I mean, you know, my dad and his generation grew up, you know, seeing like James Bond. Like James Bond was like the biggest movie that came out. That's it, you know, and it went on and on and on. For example, you know, and there was loads of great ones. And now look where James Bond is now. I mean, it's fine, but I'm not sure. It's definitely not at its peak anymore. So, you know, and something else will come along and replace it at some point. Yeah. And I think the big thing is, fine, it's shit. They literally killed off Bond, lol. That's true. I mean, I think they tried to... So I saw the last Bond movie. I saw the last Bond movie. And when they introduced the new Bond, it was so obvious. It was so obvious that they were going to they wanted to replace Bond with the new female Bond. Because they introduced the actress was fine, by the way. I had no issue with her. But, you know, they were so obvious because they were like, oh, yeah, this is 007 or this. I think they called her James. It's like, this is James. And I was just like... And I was like, I use this meme all the time these days. It's worrying how relevant it keeps becoming. But all that was going through my head was, I've played these games before. Like when they had when they unveiled the new when Star Trek. I was really excited for Star Trek Discovery, and then they were like, here's the main character. It's a lady called Michael. And I was just like... And look, right. You know, Star Trek Discovery was bad. It wasn't bad because it wasn't bad because the main character was a woman. It wasn't bad because the main character was called Michael, or a woman called Michael. It was just bad. And I've said this before, like, a lot of people will go, woke, 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 woke. And, you know, and I've said, you know, if the moment they see a woman, they say, oh, it's woke. And that's not true for everything, by the way. It's not true for everything. But, there, you know, there's a certain, I'd say, subsect of online denizen, which the moment that anything outside of basically a dude being on screen, they'll start decrying it's woke. And I've often said, like, if Alien with Ripley was released today, the same group of people would probably decry it as being woke, even though we know that Alien's a great film. But anyway, it wasn't bad because it was a woman. It wasn't bad because the woman called Michael. It was just fucking terrible, right? It was just bad from the beginning. The whole, like, oh, we're going to go down the mycelial highway and we've introduced this whole new system of travel and fucking hell, all this other stuff, right? Fucking all this other stuff, right? But the thing is, like, I kind of knew it was going. The thing is, it's not that those things made it bad. It was that those things ended up being red flags very early on, which then eventually it was, you know, those on its own didn't make it bad, but they were the red flags that I was like, oh dear. Is it, I think it's going to be shit. Because I will say this right now, you probably could have got away with it, you know, got away. It sounds awful. I don't mean it in that way. You probably could have had a very successful series with a woman, with a male's name, all that kind of stuff, okay? If it had been really, really well written and really, really well acted and really, really good. But the problem is you can't be a bit spicy like that and then also just be fucking terrible. That's Matthew Sinclair, perfect example. Rogue One. Rogue One is my favorite Star Wars film of all time. Yes, including the original series. It's just grim, it's gritty, it's a bit weird, you know, but it's just really good. It's really good. Are we blind? Deploy the garrison! Like, it's great. Yeah. And I think that's an example. I think another example of this is Andor. You know, Andor, if you had told someone we're going to make a spin-off series about a character, spoiler alert, from the film Rogue One, spoiler alert, we're going to make a spin-off series about a character which everybody knows dies, and it's going to be like Andor from Rogue One. And people would go, and it's going to be amazing. People will go, fuck off. No, it's not. It'll be terrible. Andor is an example of how if something is just really good, it's good. It doesn't matter what else is involved. If it's good, it's good. But you can't be, for lack of a better term, woke and shit. You can be woke and very good, but you can't be woke and shit. And the problem is that it seems like more often than not, that sometimes it feels like you have these red flags and it ends up being shit as well. Yeah. Yeah. That's very true, Simple Logic. The thing with Ripley, she wasn't written as a Mary Sue. She gained her skills through the series. Rat bastard, exactly. Wokeness is irrelevant. Just don't be shit. Exactly. And so going back to what Cosmic was saying, so we've gone slightly off topic. Come back. So Cosmic, you are right. There's a lot of shit stuff that happens at the moment. And I have the answer. I actually have the answer. Okay? Not even a theory. I'm gonna say this is a fact. There is a reason why so many of these corpo things, whether it's Corpo GW or Corpo Star Wars or Corpo Star Trek, so many of these things are bad. And it seems like the quality of the writing has not bad. It seems like the quality of the writing has gone down. The quality in general has gone down, right? It's because a lot of these not necessarily franchises, a lot of these niches are now big enough that you don't know. It's not even they appeal to everyone. It's not even that Chronica Sophos. That is a symptom. It's a symptom, but it's not the answer. Okay? The answer is brain drain. Why work for a big company and deal with loads of shitheads and deal with all of the wankers that come with being in a big company and get in the way of what you actually enjoy, which is the work? Why? Why would you? If you are a truly talented person with drive and passion, the kind of thing which makes almost anything successful, okay? Why would you work for a big company? Why wouldn't you? And the example I use for this all the time is actually from Games Workshop. Why would you work for Games Workshop in their painting team when you can just set up your own YouTube channel and be much more successful? Back in the day, if you wanted to be like trying to be part of the heavy metal team was something that everyone, even anyone who had no chance, aspired to. Heavy metal, oh, the heavy metal team, amazing, amazing. Now, at best, I think the heavy metal team, the heavy metal team is still very impressive. Don't get me wrong. Anyone who works there, great. But I definitely think there's a bit of a heavy metal to YouTube pipeline. You know? Definitely. And that's just one example. You know, that's just one example. Basically, like, why would you work for GW when you can set up Treasure Crusade and literally have nothing go wrong? Hey! No, there's still reasons why you would want to work for Games Workshop. Of course, you know, getting to work on things like Warhammer the Old World and so on and so forth. Of course. But a lot of people, if they are good enough, a lot of people will find that they end up being constrained by the place they're working. And now it is entirely possible for someone to have, I would say that the majority of people that work with Warhammer don't work at Games Workshop anymore. And they're a big company. At the very least, it's a significant portion. I think Games Workshop, you know, the community and industry around GW is probably bigger than Games Workshop themselves now. Yeah. Maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but it feels like it's not far off. Anyway, so the point is, it used to be that the heavy metal team are basically the very best models and pages in the world. Now they aren't even close. Exactly. They're still very, very good. But you can be a very, very good painter, very successful, and get paid probably more money, at the very least the same money, but be your own boss and work for yourself or in a smaller team. Look at Jenny Bratt's Indie Games. Expedition 33. I know, everyone's going like, Mordian, you can't just roll out Expedition 33, because everyone does when they talk about games these days. But Expedition 33 is the example. Okay? It was a small team of people, it's like 30 people or something, who were just sick and tired of working at Ubisoft. They knew that they knew, and they had a little like cabal, a little clan, and they were like, look guys, if we leave, we know we can make a good game. We know we can. This isn't idle bullshit, because just because you leave a company you're not guaranteed to make a good game, right? I think that's I think, is that High Garden is kind of proving that right now? Yeah. But the point is, if you don't use Expedition 33, use Baldur's Gate 3 or anything by Larian. Exactly. Baldur's Gate 3, another example, right? Those are Expedition 33, Baldur's Gate. Those were examples of games made by small teams of very skilled people who knew that they would be better off not working for a big company. And I think that's what's happened. I personally think that is what has happened across so many industries. You know what? And I think it's happened in video game. And I think video games and tabletop games are intrinsically linked because there's a lot of overlap there, right? There's a lot of overlap there. And so I think what we've seen happen with video games where it's just been, and you know, an indie game doesn't need to be Mega Bonk, which is just a quick, you know, it's a tenner and you just fucking it, you know, just play it for a couple of hours and then maybe forget about it, right? It's creative industries. Exactly right, Rat Bastard. It's creative industries. So it's not about I think Games Workshop and tabletop wargaming is a couple of, I think so people in chat have told me this before, so I'm not, this wasn't really my idea. I'm give credit to chat for this one. But I think a few people pointed out to me that it feels like tabletop wargaming is 2 or 3 years behind video games. So you can kind of see what's going to happen with tabletop wargaming with by looking at what happens with video games. And I think that is true. I think there is a time delay there, as it were. So and that's where I think you're seeing, you know, I keep saying this. It's such a good time to be a wargamer right now. Or you know, it's such a good time to be a wargamer because as someone who's been doing this for 2 decades. They're over 2 decades. For 28 years soon. There has never been a time when you've had such a glut of war games to pick from. Never. In terms of quality and variety, this is even better than the peak of Midhammer GW when they had Battlefleet Gothic, Epic, Mordheim, Necromunda, 40k, and Fantasy. We are living in a golden age right now. Despite all of the drama that's happening, all of that's just noise. And important noise, but all of that is just noise. When you actually get down to it, there has never been this. We are living in a golden age of wargaming right now. We are. And you know, that's why I'm like, I hope 11th edition does really well. I really do, but I'm less worried. Every day that goes by, I'm less worried about whether 11th edition crushes it or not. Yeah. Yeah. I hope that it does well. Of course. I'm not a fucking idiot. I'm not like salty for the sake of being salty. I'm not relentlessly negative. I hope 11th edition well. I'd be mad not for it to. But if it does go not even like badly, if it just basically is an extension of 10th edition, then fine, whatever, sure. Okay, I'll play it a bit. But I think as a whole, there's such a good industry around wargaming right now that even if 11th edition stumbles a bit, which I doubt it will, I think GW will put every last resource into making it successful. But even if it does stumble a little bit, I'm just not worried. And you guys shouldn't be worried either. Even if you are like Swordsman Smith 87, I don't know if he's still in the stream, but even if you are, you know, like Swordsman Smith, who was our resident, GW flag bearer. And I don't disparage him from saying that. I never ever mean it in that way. I think I actually mean it in a nice way. Even if you're someone who is really fucking no life in 40k, whether you're new to it or whether you're old to it, and you're hearing all of this stuff going on, you're hearing all of this noise going on. Maybe you're getting a little worried. Maybe you got into 40k with Christmas. Maybe you've got into it at the end of last year. Maybe someone that's been in the game for a long time. Whatever it is, you just don't need to worry. You just don't. We're in a golden age. Even if things go wrong, you're still going to have plenty of war games to pick from, plenty of models to pick from, plenty of opportunities to love, enjoy, build, paint, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. There you go. So Cosmic, don't worry about it. There's a reason why I think we're seeing the degradation of some of these big IPs, including Warhammer. I think it's I know it's brain drain. Okay, I'm not going to say I think. I know it's brain drain. But I think that it's not ain't nothing but a thing, bro. Ain't nothing but a thing, bro. There you go. Ain't nothing but a thing. I mean, look how many people in this chat today who have been worried about 40k have dipped their toe into a bit of old world, and they've just been like, I'm hooked. Do you know what I mean? Ain't nothing but a thing. Models aren't milk. They don't go off. Even if Warhammer goes to the bad, even if 40k goes to the bad spot, it'll come back around again. Your models don't go off. Yeah, even GW Legends them, you can kit bash them into whatever the newest thing is meant to be. Do you know what I mean? Take a bunch of Macarises, turn them into Ogul Dawns. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look what we've got going on here. Let's have a look. Give me... I've been rambling. I've fallen behind a little bit, but we've been having some good chats, so hopefully everyone's okay with it. Let's have a look. What if we're 2 years lagging? Wait, if we're 2 years lagging games, does that mean in 2 years half the plastic production is going to stop making for games and instead shift to AI or something and skyrocket prices? Well, you know, they're already quite high. Warhammer prices are already quite high. You know, so honestly, how to put this? If Games Workshop tomorrow decides that they are going to double the price of everything that they sell, it won't affect me. Not personally. It won't affect me. And it hasn't affected me for the last 2 years. You know? Double the price of 0 is still 0 for my GW costs. Thank you, Malario. Yeah. To be fair. Fucking hell. Thank you, Malario. But I actually had stopped buying 40k from GW before then, so it was. Well, Malario did me a huge favor that I'm eternally grateful for, because I do. Fucking hell, hiccups. I do like working with plastic models, but it means I don't. And he helped me basically helped me stave off the temptations. Yeah. They do. It's a 4% rise it's a 4 to 5% increase every year. So you can probably work out when. By the end of 11th edition, we should have had 3 more price rises, right? 3 or 4. Each one of 5%, and it's like it's 5. It's not 5% of the base cost. It's 5%, and then 5% of the new cost, and 5% of the new cost. So it's always higher. So I'm no good at maths. Someone who is good at maths, I would appreciate it if you could help me out here.
Everyone fights, no one quits. If you don't do your job, I'll shoot you.
After 4 more price increases, will a box of Guardsmen be £50-ish, give or take a couple of quid? But assuming a 5% price increase 4 times by the end of, over the course of, by where we are now to the end of 11th edition, will a box of Guardsmen break £50? What's the current UK price? I think it's £33.50. Starting price, I'll tell you. Thank you to all of the math boffins who are jumping on this. I appreciate it. £32.50. And a combat patrol is £105 right now. So that would be interesting to see where that ends up as well. I know I've asked you to do 2 things. I do apologise. I just noticed it. I always see combat patrols as like a kind of cool metric. I'm kind of curious. What would the final price be on those 2 items? Would it be a 20% rise? £41.50 in 5 years. So that's 5%. No, I'm asking. I'm not sure. No, so I'm saying if £32.50 goes up by 5%, and then that new number goes up by 5%, and then that new number goes up by 5%, and then that new number goes up by 5%. Because it's not just 5%. You don't just do 20% of £32.50, because that would be just off the base cost, but it goes up 5% off the new cost, so it actually ends up being more, doesn't it? Yeah.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
So I'm kind of curious. I mean, I could probably work it out, right? Let me calculate it. Let me calculatize. So we've got £32.50, and then do you divide it by 0.05, right? I think that's right, 0.05. Nope, that is definitely incorrect. Right, no, it's £32.50 times 0.95. Nah, I'm fucking up. Anyway, I can't do it. Multiplied by 1.5. Oh, okay. Maybe I was going about it the wrong way. £32.50 times 1.05. So that comes to £34.12. So they'll say 34. Let's say 34.50. Okay. So 34.50 times 0.5. So that's £36 and 22. Let's say £36 because they'll sort of alternate it. Then times that by 1.05, and then one last time. £39. So by the end of 11th edition, you'll be spending £4 per guardsman. Or £41.48, someone said. I believe you, yeah. So it'll be 40 quid. Spicy. Yeah. Spicy, man. Oh. Crazy times. Crazy times. All right, let's catch up with a few super chats. I've been a bit slow on this. Simple Logic. Thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. We've also got Greasy Cleric. Thank you for the support, bro. More K47 purchases in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hey, let's have a look, man. Some stuff to keep you busy during the latest Snowmageddon heading through Texas. Maybe I can prime everything before it gets too cold. Hey, so you got the US Airborne. Cool. And then you've got the Easy 8s and the United States Starter Army. Amazing, man. Cool. I mean, try and get it primed, but you don't want to do it. If it's too cold, you don't want it to become all bobbly. That you don't want that. That can be really annoying effect that can happen with your primer. So always better, you know, patience is a virtue. Yeah. Patience is a virtue. Yeah. Cool. Ah, man, I love it. I love it, man. Nice. The rift. Another hand touches the rift. Amazing. Woodham, thank you for the super chat, man. Shameless self-promotion stream discussion. Now get to bed. Big day tomorrow. You all have the secrets of Konflikt 47 to discover. Yes. I'm going to bed at midnight. I've still got an hour. I'm still good for an hour. I'm still good. Yeah, I saw this though, Woodham. It does look great. Nice. I'm very, very tempted to get a whole bunch of martyrdom models and then use them for my Bretonians in both use them in martyrdom and for Bretonians. Because they do look great. And I think they'd work. Oh, it's cool, man. It's very cool. Yeah. No. I will definitely play martyrdom. Well, I say definitely play. As long as you guys don't completely balls up the rules, I'll play it. But right? But it'll be nice to have models which I can use in 2 different game systems. Yeah. Cool. What a coincidence, Woodimp. What a coincidence. Yeah, it's cool, man. I am very interested in the game. Nice. I mean, of course it's a coincidence. They do look great. I tell you what, this guy's my fave. They all look great, but this guy's my fave. The kite shield with the spear over the shoulder. Yeah, man. Nice. That guy like plunging his spear into someone's back. So are these knights or are they lighter cavalry? Because I'm not super au fait with the armor of the First Crusade. I feel like these guys look pretty armored, but not like super duper mega armored. Maybe we'll show you some physical models. Maybe we'll have some physical models show you tomorrow. Maybe. They are considered heavy cavalry at the time. Fair. I suspected that was the case. Like the really like heavy shit didn't come till I think a bit later. Yeah. I like them. They're cool. They're very cool. Yeah. I'd love to have a couple. I'd love to have a couple of physical models. So are they coming out as 3D prints and physical models, or are they just going to be 3D prints? I'm kind of curious in the way you're the way it's happening, or is it still not decided yet? TBD, as it were. Both cool. I like that. Yeah, that's cool. I like it. Whatever. Nice. I am genuinely excited for martyrdom. I think it'll be a really every model that I've seen so far has been very tasty, and I am definitely excited to try some more out. Well, try some more, to get my hands on some and to see more of them. There you go. CJ, my boy. CJ, thank you for the super chat, man. 25 months. X-Force, baby. Double X-Force. Man, I just got worried about the new Stargate. Why? Has there been some news? Is the Stargate safe? Is it secret? Oh, man. I hope new Stargate's all right. I hope you're just worried because we were talking about big bullshit corpos earlier. But I think Stargate's been dead long enough that it coming back on its own will be pretty cool. Yeah. I say dead, you know what I mean? It's been dormant. Yeah. I hope just talk about all our franchise dying. Nah, CJ, you got it wrong. You see, Stargate has been dormant for like, when was the last episode of Stargate Universe? Well, 1 second. So when did it release? (2009) for Stargate Atlantis. Okay, so this is the thing, right? This is the thing. Stargate Universe was the Stargate dying, okay? Stargate SG-1 peak. A couple of ups and downs, but for the time, because bear in mind, you got to think there's bigger budgets available these days, all that kind of stuff. For the time, Stargate SG-1 was a gem. A little rough in places, but it was a gem. Okay, it had the soul. Because this is the thing people forget. Programs don't need to be perfect. There are a few stinky Stargate episodes, but it's if the soul is there, right? It's passing the vibe check. So, Stargate SG-1, for all of some of the dodgy acting in places, dodgy special effects, and some of the truly crappy episodes, like the fucking people going around in the bodysuits and doing this. If you haven't seen it, it's possibly one of the worst episodes of television ever made. For all of that, it's peak because it passes the vibe check. Atlantis was amazing as well. Now CJ, I'm an big SG-1 fan, and I didn't like Atlantis the first few times I watched it. Going back, I have kind of come to the controversial opinion that in some places Atlantis is better because it built on it didn't have to learn all the same lessons that SG-1 did. They already had a bit of lessons. They already had I think SG-1 had to learn a few things, and they transferred what they learned to Atlanta, so it did kind of run out the gate, which is kind of good. But it's a little different. You do miss the Jafar Cree. You do miss that a little bit, right? That I think because SG-1 was proper like 90s like cheese in places, and Atlantis was. It was seasoned with cheese, but it wasn't all cheese, right? So the first two seasons of Atlantis horrible. After that, it gets better. I don't know. The Janai arc is the episode when the Janai, Shepard versus the Janai, and the episode when they discover the Janai. I love the Janai. They are one of my favorite human cultures that was ever conceived. Just the super paranoid, underground, like bunker dwelling, fucking people who people give the Janai like a bad rap, but you've got to think they were one of the only cultures in all of the Pegasus galaxy that survived a lot of Wraith cullings intact. And I see the Janai in some of the same ways that I see the Imperium. We talked about this yesterday. The Janai were became the way they were. Yeah. They became the way they were. They didn't start out that way. And so that's why they are the way they are. Yeah. They are not good. At the end of the day, I'm gonna be honest. I am massively, massively biased towards liking Janai because Chief O'Brien is in there. I was sad when spoiler alert. I was sad when he was no longer in charge of the Janai. Yeah. Anyway. So the point is that you had Stargate SG-1. Rough, but peak. You had Stargate Atlantis, built on the foundations, fought its own path, and whether you thought it was better or worse than SG-1 didn't matter. It was good. The problem was they tried to milk it. And the milking process was SGU. That's when they started that's when they started making it you know, because SG1 and Atlantis had sad moments, but were generally pretty peppy. And SGU was the subverting expectations of the series. Oh, what if we took this program, which is, you know, generally happy, but with a few poignant moments, to let's just make it grim and awful and, you know, grim derp, basically. Grim derp, right? And then it had it was forced. SGU was forced. That's the problem. And SGU was made because the network demanded it, not necessarily because the people wanted to make it. So we've already been through. Weirdly, I think we've already been through the core post-slopification of Stargate. And it's gone dormant. It's gone dormant. The series, the franchise, for 15 years. There's been no really new Stargate. There's been like, they did like a few like mini series and stuff, but it wasn't. I think those series, I think it was Stargate Origins. I might give it a go. I've not actually watched it, but I was told it was kind of shit. But I'll give it a go, you know. But it's basically been dormant for 15 years. And now is the right time to bring it back. Because the people that are bringing it back are the people that still love it 15 years after it died. So everyone's saying that they liked SGU. I liked SGU when it was the survival stuff, when it was I liked SGU when it was on Destiny. The problem was those fucking communication stones, man. Literally fucking, right? The communication stones where people would go back into someone else's body on Earth and then use that person's body to like bang their wife. So stupid. So fucked up. It felt like the writers didn't have the balls to truly disconnect it. Think about this. So Stargate Atlantis, generally seen as pretty good, right? Even, you know, some people like, I think someone will say they didn't like season 1, but even season 1, right? Season 1 Atlantis, really good. Now imagine how terrible season 1 Stargate Atlantis would have been if there had been a bunch of communication stones that, like, people had used to go back to Earth and bang their partners and bang other people's partners with. And Atlantis would have been terrible. Right? It would have been terrible. If you get rid of the communication stones and get rid of all the stupid interpersonal drama in SGU, it's peak. It's actually really good. The whole point of them having the interpersonal drama is they were like, well, these people didn't really choose to be there, blah, blah, blah. It's like, fuck off, okay? Like, in the nicest possible way, fuck off. Because there's still people that are involved in the Stargate program. There's a certain level, right? I know you get some of the silly stuff, like with, like, you know, in the earlier seasons, showing some of, like, the staff that stay on base, like, you know, especially some of the scientists. But at a certain point, you're still someone that is qualified and legit enough and trustworthy enough and switched on enough that you're part of the SG program, right? So there's a certain minimum. There's a certain fucking minimum, right? So yeah, the fact that all of if you get rid of the interpersonal drama, get rid of the communication stones, have the first season be them surviving. And that, you know, they don't have time to start worrying about who's going to bang who because they're all just surviving. Okay, like have that, and then maybe at the end of season 1, have a little bit of communication back with Earth somehow, or the idea that it could be a possibility, and that's fine. Basically, just just make Atlantis again, but with make Atlantis again in an entirely new galaxy with new aliens to explore. Yeah. But in the end, they just went too weird. They just went too dark with it and too weird with it. Yeah. Exactly. Jawat has absolutely nailed it. The general theme is that Stargate is at its best when the crew is completely out of its element and overwhelmed, but they are all professionals who get along well. Exactly. Stargate was all about... The big difference between Stargate and Star Trek and Star Wars was Stargate, the people who the show was about were basically all military professionals. That's why one of the best things that I liked about SG-1, which is going to sound crazy, is that O'Neill and Carter never hooked up. The only time they got together is when there was like in the replay episode, and if it was like an alternative timeline or something like that, or alternative universe where they did that once or twice. And the reason why they never got together was because it's against regulations. There's no will they, won't they. It's against regulations. It's two high ranking officers. Well, one high rank, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. The funny thing, when they had people banging each other, it was always Daniel Jackson. Daniel Jackson, who spent the first 4 or 5 seasons looking for his wife, and every other episode was basically cheating on her. It's just like, even they took the piss out of him for it. He's like, I must find Sharae. Maybe she's in this woman's pants. I think it's like episode 4. He turns into a Neanderthal and starts banging his Neanderthal girlfriend. It's so good, man. It's what I mean. It was, and they turn up, find him they don't find him. It's not that graphic, right? But find him with his Neanderthal girlfriend, and even Jack O'Neill's like, Daniel, you dog. Yeah, it was great. Yeah. So long story short, I'm not worried about Stargate because I think it's been dormant for long enough that the people bringing it back are actually basically the people bringing it back are the OGs and some OG people from the community who have basically, they're bringing it back because they want to, both creatively and they want to make some money, but they're bringing it back because they want to, not because a corpo person has said, make it. Yeah. Then he somehow is the one that ascends. Is that the path to enlightenment, chasing tail across the galaxy? Maybe that's it. The thing I will say this, and I'm glad they didn't. They did clamp down on it in a couple of places, but there was a few too many. People ascending became a little easy. It did, and I'm glad that I think, I can't remember exactly which episode it is. Maybe it's the one when like the entire planet of Abydos ascends. You know what I mean? But there was a bit when there was a bit too much ascension going on, and I'm glad that they didn't do that in Atlantis. But this is what I mean. SG-1 was a rough diamond. It was. I don't know. Mango Jablonski, the first time, totally. Yeah, first time. Omar Dasala, yeah, no, fine. And it was really epic the first time it happened. And brutal, basically Daniel Jackson melted due to nuclear radiation, right? It was brutal as fuck. But the point is, got Chernobyl. But the point is, those kind of things like, Ascension getting reused, a couple of the wacky episodes, that kind of stuff. Those were those lessons that got learned. And then when Atlantis kicked off, I don't think anyone ascended in Atlantis. Maybe one person, I can't remember. They came across that one ancient who was like, who could go into energy and was protecting the feudal world and all that kind of stuff. But that was it. Yeah, that was it. And it was funny because like whenever the ancients turned up, it was like, oh my, what I loved about Atlantis. And at first, the first few times I watched it, it really annoyed me. And then I got it. When there's that episode where the ancients turn up and they take over Atlantis. Like there's like the last surviving ancients. And, O'Neill and Wolsey are allowed to stay basically as like observers, essentially. And spoiler alert, by the way, if you've not seen it. But basically, the ancients turn up. It's this really big moment. And then there's this huge, like, it's like really disappointing because basically they go, well, fuck off. It's our city. Atlantis is ours. Thank you for looking after us. But they're really arrogant and they're really condescending because they see humanity basically as a bunch of children running around. And they're like, it's like, imagine if you went away, came back to your house, and there's a bunch of kids living in your house, and they've done their best to like maintain it. Like they've tried to repaint it where it's been scuffed, and they've tried. They've not done a very good job, but at least they tried, kind of thing. The first thing you would do is go, thanks for looking after it, but this is my house, fuck off. And they're like, well, no, can't we stay? Because we've been looking after it. And you go, no, it's my house. Like, thank you, but it's mine. Go away now. Yeah, that's basically it's a bunch of teenagers running around your house. Exactly. So what I liked is, so that annoyed me at first. And then they just get completely wrecked. Like, they all get killed after, like, 2 episodes. Like, I'm not going to say how, but this big thing happens. They all die. And they die entire. And at the first, I was like, fucking hell, the ancients have finally turned up in Atlantis. And then in 2 episodes, they've all been killed. What the fuck is going on? Like, what an anticlimax. But the thing is, when you take a moment and think about it, the ancients, it was a perfect example of why the ancients died in the first place. Because they were arrogant assholes who thought they knew better, and so they never changed. They never. How did the ancients lose the war against the Wraith when they had basically every advantage? Because they were arrogant, and they never changed. And they thought they're like the Eldar. They're like the Eldar. That's it. Now, how the Eldar have every advantage over the Imperium, but the Imperium's on. Why does the Imperium? Why is the Imperium on top in many ways? Because the Eldar are a bunch of arrogant assholes. I've massively simplified it. And I know people will be able to pick that apart, but you get my point. Yeah. So yeah, the fact that, why did the ancients turn up and everyone died? Oh, because they were arrogant. Yeah. Yeah. What have we got next? Mike P, thank you for the super chat, man. More old world in stream discussion. All right. Yeah, man. Joining in the old world hype. Got some War Games Atlantic Ogres for Xmas. Welcome to the 9/5th, the 9/5th, not the 95th, company of Imperial Ogres, led by Sergeant Harper, with hand weapon and pistol, built with 3 ogre cannons, 3 great weapons, and have magnetized the other 2. Yeah, baby! Imperial Ogres, man! Yes! I'm telling you, boys, the old world hype train knows no brakes. It knows no brakes, man! Incredible. I love it. I am so happy to see on everyone's shelves Old World and Konflikt, baby. Old World and Konflikt. Yeah. And I love you got Sergeant Harper leading them. God save Ireland! Cool, man. Yeah, very, very cool. The old world hype is so real, and I'm all for it. What have we got next? We've got Entropictivity. Thank you for super chat, man. Bonjour, mon ami. In-stream discussion. All right, I'm ready. Hey, look at this, man. Bonjour, freshly painted French bolt action army. Credit must go to @Woodham for the excellent work. Hey, that's cool, man. Giving Woodham a shout out, doing some commission work. Nice, that's nice. Rumors going around that Warlord's releasing medieval epic scale. Know anything at Mordian Glory? I may be the source of that rumor. So I don't know if any new info. I say may because I may not be. But I remember when we were at the open day like 4 months ago, and myself and a few other content creators that have been invited along for the I hate the term influencer, but for lack of a better term, influencer tour. We got to talk to John Stallard, and we asked him like, what does he want to do? And he was like really interested. He was like, I'd love to do epic scale Agincourt. I think he'd love to do epic scale Agincourt. So and when I came back, I said that on stream, and a lot of people were very excited for it. So I don't know if any new information is coming out, but basically, John mentioned it in passing because he said he loves doing the epic stuff and they want to do more epic stuff. So he said in passing he'd love to do epic Agincourt and how, because you could use that for all sorts of medieval stuff. And when I came back myself, I said it on my stream, and a few other people mentioned it on their videos when they did, Warlord Open Day, like highlight videos and stuff. So that may be where the rumors come from. But that was 4 months ago, so there may be new rumors. And if there are new rumors coming, then that would be a very good indication that that maybe they are doing. Yeah. I'd say these are beautiful. The basing is beautiful on these minis. Really, really good. I love the one with the cigarette, man. Nice. I really like that. The fact that there are like 4 different green tones used. So you got one for the jacket, one for the helmet, one for the trousers, one for the puttees, and one for the bag. And they are all a bit different. You can see they're all a bit different. This is one of the things I think, bolt action models, sometimes it can look like, with bolt action and historical models in general, because they're often painted in like drab colors, you can often, some of these, they don't always pop quite as much, but there's a lot of effort gone into these. Yeah, they look great. Yeah. That's cool, man. It's very cool. Oui, baguette. Nice. Yeah. I think the officer looks great. Yeah, William's done a good job there, man. Nice. I'm talking to Tony. They look great. We've got next Butt Mountain. Thank you for the super chat, man. K47 lore in stream discussion. Okay. Try my hand at writing some lore for my K47 army. We'll see how it goes from here. The 15th Airborne Division of the United States Army was originally constituted but never activated as an organized reserve of the 82nd Infantry Division. On the 15th of August 1942, the 15th was converted to an airborne division alongside the 82nd, but in late 1943, it was dropped from the mobilization program. This wouldn't last long, however, as in early 1944, the 15th was reconstituted, at least on paper, to be a part of Operation Fortitude. This operation intended to deceive the Germans into believing that the planned Normandy landings were just a diversion. German intelligence would be convinced that the real attack was to take place at a different location by phantom divisions, such as the 15th Airborne. Despite some early misgivings by British Colonel David Strangeways, the operation was a success. In the months that followed, the reconstitution of the 15th Airborne, President Roosevelt would declare war with the Soviet Union, southern Italy would be liberated, and the Normandy invasion would proceed into late July. The 15th would be forgotten until after 29th of July 1944. On that day, the first Totem Corps stood up in Normandy. Love that. That line goes hard, man. When reports of dead Germans attacking Allied posts started filtering in, Allied command didn't immediately dismiss it. By then, most generals had been briefed on the new weapons and technology and development at Los Alamos. as well as the political upheaval in Germany following the bombing of Dresden and the subsequent rift opening. Strange times indeed, but the strange was already starting to become familiar. It was clear that the development and deployment of these new weapons would need to be fast-tracked. This also necessitated the raising of new divisions, and one of the first of these was the Phantom 15. Hey! That's cool. So they started off as just on paper to trick the Germans, but then they've actually ended up being, you know, well, we've got all the paperwork in place. Might as well actually make the regiment now. That's cool. I like it. I like it. Nice, man. I thought that was some pretty good lore. I did. I enjoyed reading it. We've got next Dice 8, Chris, my boy. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Pond Skater list, work in progress, update and stream discussion. Such cool models. Yes. Pond Skater spam incoming. Update on the painting front. They are looking like they'll be table ready for Tuesday, and I'm feeling good about finishing 2 armies in January. Ooh, you're going to be using these on Tuesday, are you? Okay. Time to list, Taylor. Not even slightly. I will have a look at what is in stock at HQ tomorrow and Saturday, and may move things around to bulk out the infantry corps after yesterday's feedback. It's limited by my enforced theme of Marines-based forces and not wanting any jump units. That's fair. Aren't the pond skaters jump, though? They might not be. Let's have a look, man. They're looking good. They're looking really good. Cool. Very, very, very cool, man. Yeah. It's just, there's something nice about us having a big green army, isn't there? Right? There's something nice about us having a big fuck-off army of green army men. A big fuck-off force of green army men. Yeah. I know the Marines aren't army, but you know what I mean. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, dude, you don't have to bulk your infantry out. Do what you want. I'm just saying you don't want all your infantry to die and then you struggle on objectives. That's it. But I didn't realize, when I was giving you advice, I didn't realize I was giving you advice for battle port. So, you know, take whatever you want, man. Obviously. You know, it's, I was just giving you general feedback. Yeah. Yeah. It's your childhood. No, I agree. Yeah, I mean, it probably is, man. That's true, to be fair. It might be the fact that I used to play with Green Army men. Yeah. Before I played Warhammer, I played Green Army men. That's true. Yeah. Cool. What have we got next? Ridemaster! Ridemaster, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby! Yes! Dude, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for keeping us fresh up with new conscripts. You're an absolute Giga Chad. You have smashed it in today's stream, bro. And I want to say a huge fucking thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel, supporting the community, and doing your part for the Emperor. There we go. Or should I say, for the Great Wolf. Hey, there we go. Anthony Williams, thank you for Super Chat, man. The Blood Angels project is almost done. One of the community members' 88 horse army build inspired me. It kindled something in my soul. So, Old World Bretonians, baby! Horses and wings and griffins in stream discussion. Dude! Guys, I'm saying it. I'm saying it. The revolution is here. The fire rises. Everyone's getting on Old World and bolt action and conflict. It's amazing. I can't believe it. Oh, I can't believe it. It's so cool seeing the hype. And it's just hype across. It's like the winter contingency in Halo. It's hype across all fronts, you know? It's not just hype for one game. It's hype for so many cool games. Yeah, man. Cool. Very, very, very cool. Yeah. I have to say, very, very cool. Pegasus Knights. Pegasus Knights are cool. I have a few for my own Praetorian army, but I've never actually built them. I bought second hand so they're built, but I never painted them. Yeah. But I'm feeling the Praetorian hype, boys. Maybe I need to get on that. Yeah. How to start an old world dwarf army? So, artillery dread. Old world is a vibes game. So, truly, you can go take, look. Truly, you can kind of collect what you want and you'll find other like-minded people. There's always going to be sweats, but they're in the minority in Old World. Now, one thing that's worth mentioning is in Old World, you have a 2,000 point army, and you need to have at least 500 points of core, like battle line in 40k, right? For your dwarves, that can be basic dwarf warriors, either with great weapons, two-handed axes, or shield and hand weapon, or you can have the guys with the handguns, or you can have the guy the handguns, or you can have the guys with the crossbows, right? Those are your core. So if you wanted a place to start, I would say you can't go wrong with a nice unit of doughty dwarf warriors. I'll have a look at what the Old World, but there is a dwarf battalion. It's like the starter box. Let me have a look. So the basic battalion does come with a lot of dwarf infantry. The gyrocopter, it comes with two. I think you can build those both. You can build one of each, or you can build them both as gyrocopters. It's not a bad start. See, okay, gyrocopters are actually very good. They're very meta. So this box set right here is actually really, really good. Yeah. It's actually really, really good. I just don't like them because I am, as a dwarf player, I think they're newfangled technology. I told you it's a vibes game. It'll never catch on. I don't know what's wrong. Back in my day, we didn't need no fancy flying contraption. We had a big axe and we drove it into the Groby's skull. There you go. But on a serious note, if I was being unobjective, if I was being unbiased, this would be a great place to start. However, obviously it is 150 quid, which is kind of expensive, and I know that you know that might be a lot to ask for your first box. So if you wanted just like one box to start off with, just to see how you like it, I would probably just recommend some Dwarf Warriors. You know, you get a lot of models in here. I know it looks expensive at 54 quid, but you can get it from like third-party retailers. But I think you get like 36 models in here. So it's actually model per model much cheaper than like 40k, for example. But yeah, like a box of Warriors, you can't go wrong. The Iron Breakers and the Hammerers, they you don't get as many in those boxes. I think you only get 20. You get basically half. So yeah, I would go for a box of Dwarf Warriors. Yeah, obviously they're not for sale. They're out of stock on GW's website right now, but check out some third-party retailers with a bit of a discount, and or your local friendly local game store, and you should be able to find some. Yeah, there's always Dwarf Warriors available in local game stores and stuff like that. Yeah. One thing I would say that's important to mention is you don't need your codex. This is an optional book. All the rules for your army can just be found in the what's called Forces of Fantasy book, which has all the rules for it has about 5 factions worth of rules in here. This is an optional thing if you want to have a couple of other units in your army, but otherwise you don't need it. Not even slightly. Yeah. So I would say box of Dwarf Warriors, or and just have fun. Or if you want to spring for it, the battalion. Either one of those would be a good choice. And the great thing is, man, if you get a box of Dwarf Warriors first, love them, and then decide, oh man, I should have got the battalion. It's not a problem. you can never go wrong with more Dwarf Warriors. You just can't. They're just like a really like decent unit all around. So because they build your warriors and your Longbeards. A Dwarf Warrior can be a Longbeard as well. Yeah, Longbeard as well. And Longbeards are really, really good. Yeah, Dwarf Warriors can basically be anything. They're a very flexible unit. You paint the Dwarf Warriors' beards white and you've got Longbeards. So yeah, there you go. So yeah, I hope that helps, mate. Dwarves are great. I love dwarves. If you've got a 3D printer, check out Highland Minis. He makes some very, very good dwarf models for that. We've got Jenny Bratz next. Jenny Bratz, thank you so much for super chat. Unit ready in stream discussion. Unit ready. Unit ready. Construction complete. Unit ready. Unit ready. Unit ready. Construction complete. That's the vibes I'm getting, man. Mate, this looks cool. Unit complete. I hope to crush many capitalist dogs beneath her treads. P.S. Chat, she needs a name. Oh. Chat, name the T-34. I'm going to throw Olga into the chat because Olga feels like a very Soviet name. Or Babushka. I mean, after all, the T-34 still going at this point. It is a pretty old vehicle. Yeah. I love the free-handed hammer and sickle. That's cool. So this is the T-34-85. Or is it, oh, it's the ZP. Cool. So cool. Yes. I like that. That looks really good. Yeah. That looks really good. It feels like a Tesla tank. I kind of wish that they did get Tesla in K-47, but the Soviets did. I think that I had a thought on how the Soviets should be developed as a faction. They should get all of the different Rift technology from every nation. So they should have Tesla and grav guns and rail cannons and all that kind of stuff. But it should all be like a shittier knockoff version, because the idea is that the Soviets don't have their own technology. I mean, they've got the shockwave stuff, but other than that, they have to basically nick it off other people, either via espionage or recovery from the battlefield. And so I like to think that basically there should be like Tesla T-34s, the T-34-T, but it should be like really, really unreliable. Yeah. Make them the Skaven. Make them the Skaven. Yeah. Or allow them to have an army rule where they can bring like a looted vehicle. You know how you get like Axis armored support for like the minor Axis nations? Have something like that. You know, they can loot something as long as it's armor 9 or something. So they can't like loot a Merlin or like a Wotan or something like that, because those are too good. Those are like too high up. But having like a looted Tesla Sherman or something like that would be kind of cool, because they wouldn't get any computational systems and they wouldn't get any Art of Democracy. So it'd be just be pretty basic. Yeah. Maybe if you overload it, it is more likely to damage you or something. I'm not sure, but I would love it if they basically had it where they were like looting everyone's technology. It's a really, really good paint job. I really like the red tank. It's cool. Yeah, it's very, very cool. She fought me on the building process, but I like how she turned out. Really? I'm surprised at that, Jenny. I guess it's just different kits work for different people. I found the T-34-85 kit to be the easiest tank I've ever had to build for Warlord. Like, just... Like, literally, I put one together in, like, 25 minutes. So, oh, it was the glue. Oh, fair enough. Fair. Did you use plastic glue or super glue? Because if you use super glue, I can understand. But I guess it depends what kind of plastic glue you use as well. If you want a recommendation on the glue, if you've not already got it... Super glue, yeah. I highly, highly recommend, almost insist, I highly recommend you get Tamiya cement. Trust me, for building plastic models, it will blow your fucking mind. Ever since I've gone to this stuff, I can't go back. I bought some of this stuff as an alternative, Mr. Cement Deluxe, but it blows my fucking nose off. It's so smelly. Yeah, so I recommend. It's good stuff, but I recommend Tamiya cement. Yeah. Yeah, don't spill it. I spilt mine, yeah. Is the K47 T34 the standard T34 kit or T34-85? It's the T34-85, and then it comes with an extra turret. So it comes with a resin turret. It comes with everything the normal one comes with. So the normal turret, and then it comes with an extra resin turret as well, which is why it's a bit more expensive than the normal plastic one. All right, what do we got here next? We've got Capic Eagle. Capic Eagle, thank you for the super chat, man. First 1K of Old World built in stream discussion. Time to start painting. Yes, let's have a look. Built my own version, the cast iron bitch. The cast iron bitch. Yes, yes. I love it, man. So cool, bro. The plastic kit is really nice. It's a really, really nice kit. I have never built a plastic steam tank, but I think I might. Yeah, I've got one. I've got my old metal bastard. It's right there. Literally, it's right there, man. Yeah. There you go. The old girl. Still steaming. I've had this model. I've had her this model. I've had her. I've had this. No, it's a her. I've had her for 25 years, maybe longer. I'm pretty certain I got her on my 7th birthday, but it might have been 8th. But give or take a year or two, I've had this model for 25 years, and I only built it 2 years ago. It sat in my parents' loft because it was all metal. It was too intimidating for me. Yeah. I actually lost the wheels that went underneath. So the wheels that are underneath mine, I've got 2. And I just cut up a spare wheel I had in half and then stuck it underneath. Yeah. Didn't paint the underneath, did I? Yeah. It's crazy, man. The cast iron bitch. I tell you what, Capic Eagle. I tell you what. I can tell you've been watching the battle reports. I can tell you've been binging them. Because, you know the name of the steam tank. Yeah, that's cool, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Respect. Hey, look at that, man. That is cool. 2 great cannons, engineer, captain, state troops, missile state troops, knights, and fucking steam tank. Cool. Cool. That's why you've been jonesing for me to do another old world bat rep, isn't it? You're like, have you watched all of them or just the Empire ones? Because I've got lots of non-Empire ones, and I think they're pretty good as well. They're worth your time. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I need to do more. I've actually, it sounds kind of crazy. I don't know. All the Empire ones for sure. Nice. You should watch some of the Orc ones. And the Renegade Crown ones as well. They're definitely worth your time. Yeah. So it's a bit of a funny one. Like, nothing that you've done. Don't worry, Capic Eagle. I've been feeling like I should be going to like more events, recently. But I've been to a lot of events. I actually worked out how many events I've been to over this was just over 2024, 2025, right? So over the course of 2025, I went to 28 tournaments. Oh my God. He's only gone and done it. L10. L10, give me a second. Give me a second, bro. So over 2024 to 2025. Because I had to, by the way, the reason I know this is I was doing my mileage for my tax return. Right? So over 2020, from April 2024 to April 2025, I went to 28 events, which was more than 2 a month. And it didn't really slow down all that much in 2025 to 2026. So I've been thinking I need to go to more events. But actually, do I need to do more battle reports? I might actually do a little flash poll in the chat. What would you rather? Because if I don't go to events, I have a lot more time to film a lot more battle reports, including Old World, Konflikt, all of them. So let me have a look. It's only an opinion poll. What would you rather? What content would you rather see on the channel? Tournament after action reports, more battle reports for all game. No, just more battle reports in general. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. All right. Now, with that said, it's time to go wild. It's time to raise the fucking roof, because we've got the man, the myth, the legend, L1011 TriStar. This guy is the, for those of you that don't know, let me say my thank yous first. Because he's just come in with the Death Strike chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Holy shit, man. Holy shit, bro. Dude, I'm not like, you blow my nips off. Konflikt, L10 is back. I thought he was dead. It's been a hot minute, man. You know what, L10? No word of a lie. I was actually thinking the other day, I was like, I wonder what L10's up to these days. Like, I presumed you're okay, that you've just been busy and stuff, right? But bro, great to have you in the stream, man. Some of these whippersnappers, some of these young whippersnappers, man, they don't know the legend. They don't know your OG status, man. So for those of you that don't know, L11 TriStar is the OG Death Strike commander. Like, he was the one that I think did the first ever Death Strikes on the channel. And he's done many of them. He's a big supporter. He's a really, really generous guy. And he's an absolute giga chad. And yeah, he launches more nukes than fucking Krieg does, right? He's busted Rift. So L10, holy shit, man. It is an honor, genuinely, it's an honor and a privilege and a pleasure to have you back in the streams, bro. Just amazing. Amazing. Thank you so fucking much for the Death Strike chat. Oh, my man. Thank you so fucking much, bro. You're an absolute fucking hero. It's great to have you back. I've genuinely missed you in the streams, man. And dude, what a way to make a comeback. What an entrance. What a fucking entrance, bro. It's like a wrestling entrance coming in. Do you know what I mean? Oh, shit, man. Bro, I hate the towel so much. It's unreal. Ah, he's not changed. Good old L10. Good old L10. Bro, dude, thank you so much for the support. And yeah, I mean, I think you speak for all of us, man. It's when Raven's like, no, you like Down Out, don't you, Mordian? I mean, I play them. I'm only taking the piss. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you know what's funny, L10? Do you know what's funny? I'm actually doing some old school battle reports. So doing got the first one coming out this weekend. It's going to be Codex Eye of Terror Lost and the Damned versus Codex Demon Hunters 4th edition. But if it does well and people like it and they get a taste for it on the channel, then I think I'm going to go back to 4th edition, you know, on a semi-regular basis. And I think that at some point, the 4th edition Tau, the Fish of Fury, is going to have to make an appearance. Probably get Mordy Bro on it. Probably get my brother on it. Yeah. He's been helping me out with some battle reports. And yeah, I think having Mordy Bro reclaim his Tau army in a 4th edition battle report would be pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah. So Sawfish Thumbs, aka L1011 TriStar. Mate, honestly, man, it's honestly, no bullshit, not just wanking you off. Seriously, man, it's great to have you back in the in the streams, man. And thank you very much, bro. Thank you for the support. Eye of Terror Codex was my halcyon days of enjoyment of this hobby. Me too, man. Me too. That's why I picked it. I know it seems a bit strange that I didn't do guard straight away, but Simon, you know, Simon who helps with battle bots, he wanted me to. He wanted to use his Demon Hunters, and I thought, you know what? Like, if he's using Demon Hunters, I can use Lost in the Dam because they're like traitor guard, right? And that would be cool. So yeah, that's what we're doing for the first one, and I use a mixture of traitor guard infantry and chuck a few Night Lords in there because you can ally some Chaos Space Marines in. Yeah, there you go. So, dude, it should be coming out this Saturday. There might be a delay just because Evan likes to do his magic, and so it might come out on the Sunday, but it'll be out this weekend. It should be out on Saturday at like the usual time, 5 o'clock. Yeah. Do you remember the global campaign shit show? That was such a cool concept for the early internet days. Yeah, because Chaos won and they weren't meant to, and so GW had to basically yeah. See, people lose their minds about retcons these days, but you've no idea. Okay, no, I mean it's a different kind of retcon these days. It's, you know, it's a different kind because these days GW is like changing stuff because of like real world bullshit like that's going on, which we, you know, is annoying. But back in the day, which I think is worse, because but GW with the old Eye of Terror Bolt on Ticks retcon, exactly. But back in the day, GW literally, like, Chaos won. They did this huge global campaign. Chaos won it, and then GW just went, no, Imperium won. They did this whole thing where, like, oh, Imperium, like, your Chaos, like, landed on the planet, but the Imperium controlled the space. So what's the point of holding a planet if you can't do anything with it because the space is won by the Imperium? I don't know how they did it. It was a big bag of shit. Yeah. I remember 1D4chan used to cover it, but I don't know if 1D4chan's still going anymore. Yeah. 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 Except that planet was Cadia. Yeah, exactly. Isn't that how they blew up Fantasy? I don't even... the end times... I can't even with the end times, man. The end times didn't happen. The end times didn't happen. You know, it's that simple. The end times didn't happen. If I don't read them, I don't need to acknowledge that they're canon. Yeah. The end times. You're not canon. But L10 also similar time period with the Codex City fight and the showcasing the Caden 122nd peak. Dude, I have the City Fight Codex. I promise you, if a bit of 4th edition content picks up on this channel, you will see OG Codex City Fight being enacted. Yeah. There you go. There you go. I've been buying up all the codexes. I've got my Imperial Guard one right here. I've got the rule book literally right here. I've got the what do you call it? I've got the Tyranid Codex. I've got the Black Templar one on the way. Even got the fucking Eldar one, all this kind of stuff. Got the Tower one. Loads. Yeah. Don't you worry, mate. Peak Warhammer is going to return. Yeah. In the UK, isn't the Guard Codex situation a bit weird with 3 and 3.5 or source or 4 something? Yeah, basically, this is technically a 3.5 codex, but it was released literally at the end of 4th edition. And 4th edition was more of a 3.5 edition itself. Because if you know how to play 4th edition, you basically know how to play 3rd edition. It's not that different. So this came out at the end of 3rd, but was used all the way through 4th. So for simplicity, most people just call this the 4th edition codex. Because it basically was. Yeah. It's crazy. I will... This has never been beaten. This has never been beaten. I'll say that right now. Literally 6 editions later, 4th edition codex is still peak. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. I've got the Armageddon codex. I should do use the Steel Legion. So Simon wants to use his Necrons in the next 4th edition battle report. By the way, did Assault Cast with Simon today, and he is like properly up for more Midhammer. Not even like, oh, that was nice, but let's go back to 10th edition. He's like, yeah, let's. How his Grey Knights felt in that game has unlocked something within him. And now he's like, hey, I wonder if my Necrons feel like Necrons. Because he loves Silver Tide. And I was like, bro, Necrons are OP as fuck. Necrons are genuinely OP in like 4th edition. They had to bring their Will Be Back rule in just to fucking nerf them. Well, not bring it in, you know what I mean? Like, they had to bake it in just to nerf them. Yeah, he's gonna lose his fucking head when he sees how good fucking Necrons are. Yeah. Gaul's weapon's so broken in 4th. I am gonna, because I don't mind. I'm playing for vibes, right? So there's definitely going to be an element of like, you know, maybe I give Simon an opportunity to like Gorza like a Leave and Rust to death, even if it's going to like cost me the game. You know, I'll give him an opportunity so he can feel his Gaul's weapons. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm just enjoying that I get to play it, and I'm enjoying that Simon's enjoying it as well. Yeah. But hopefully he'll do it naturally. Do you know what I mean? Hopefully we don't need to like... We won't jib it. Nah, it's just not in the spirit of the game. We won't jib it. But, yeah. But Simon is like really up for it. He's really up for it. And, but it's making me... It's making me want to... It's making me want to paint some orcs up. Yeah. Yeah. Made him like, lol, he must be so blue-balled. You keep telling him you'll play 40k and you two always end up playing something else. Yeah, I think, you know, he has said to me, like, you know, I wish we could play some modern 40k again. But the truth is that he's only, you know, he's mainly been saying that just because Simon likes Konflikt 47, but I don't think he's going to buy into it, unfortunately. He's just happy to use my armies as and when, right? Which is fair enough. Not every game is for everyone. Like I think, you know, he's quite conscious And, you know, as Mango's right, Simon doesn't always know what he wants. Sometimes I have to show him the way a little bit. But he's, you know, he's basically, he's actually been selling a few armies and stuff recently because his collection expanded massively. And he's realized, like he bought the Emperor's Children box, literally opened it, built a few of the models and went, what the, you know, like, why am I doing this? And sold it. And he ended up giving me all of his firstborn Raven Guard. He just was like, I don't need these. He's got his Heresy Raven Guard, that's different. But all of his firstborn Raven Guard, he was like, I don't need these, you can have them. And I was like, dude, thank you. If you ever want anything from the Wall Ario, just pick something. He's like, nope, I'm trying to trim down a bit. And it's a bunch of tactical Marines. So he's on a big trim at the moment. I think one of the reasons why he's being good on Konflikt, basically, where he's like, I like it, but I'm trying to cut down. We had the whole thing like, how many armies is too many? And he's trying to cut down a little bit. But Midhammer really appeals to him because it's 40k, which is what he's been wanting to play. His army feels like it's meant to feel like, and he can use his existing collection, so he can basically focus on expanding the existing armies that he has rather than getting another new army, which is cool, which is very, 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 very cool. So yeah, I think, you know, Simon. I think if Simon ends up getting into Midhammer and enjoying it, and I think he will do, I think I could definitely see Simon and I basically alternating between Midhammer and Old World pretty consistently. Yeah. But anyway, before I forget, I want to say once again, I want to say a huge thank you to L11 TriStar for the Death Strike chat, and can we all get some 07s down in the chat to show some fucking appreciation for one of the OGs around these parts, boys. Let's get some 07s flowing. L10, I remember using that codex just to make army lists for fun. Yeah, dude. Yes. And I've been doing that recently, and it's just as fun now as it was 20 years ago. Yeah. You pay points for and unlock things or buff them. So much fun. Yeah. In here, it's the best. It's just the best, man. Close order drill, baby. It's free and awesome. There we go. All right. What do we got? What do we got next? We've got Squidfist, my boy. Squidfist, thank you for the super chat, man. More old world in stream discussion. Huzzah! Let's have a look, man. Arise! Arise! Oh, shit, man. We've got some more. Oh, wow. Okay, wait. There's loads going on here. Let's have a look. So, I missed something before. Capic Eagle, we had this shot, but then we also had the overview shot. Nice. Ooh, I didn't realize you had so many swordsmen, man. Legit. That's cool. That's really, really cool. I like that. And then we've got more All World for the hype train. Paint them a pillar of fire and my first Griffin. Huzzah! Once I finish the Empire, it's onto the Chorfs. Nice. You getting the AOS Chorfs, or are you getting 3D printed Chorfs is the big question. Or are you going OG metals? Nice, man. This is cool, bro. Hey. I like the tiger back. That's badass, man. Nice. I love the pillar of fire as well. I need to get my Empire Griffin and my Demogriffs built and painted. I do. Yeah. Yeah, go. Salute away, Spriggs. Salute away. Yeah. Cool, man. Arise. Arise. Yes, mate. I love it. Cool. All right. Where are we up to? I've got a couple more super chats to do, and then I think we're gonna wrap it up there. We've got the lower decks. Thank you for super chat, man. Then I tell you the 21 months. Xbox baby. Orcs. They don't like it up 'em. Stream discussion. Sir, the orcs have been dealt with. These Vossenberg vagabonds are made of stern stuff and worth every penny. Indeed. I feel like you're wanking me off because this is my regiment. I'm here for it. With guns and steel, they took the orcs apart as the morning progressed. Casualties were suffered, and in the final editions of the Mercy Company, they were stripped of all valuables and prepared for burial. Excellent. Scouting into the bogs, we see a series of ruins in the distance through the spyglass. Under the dung and ramshackle orc alterations that may also be dung, they look ethereal, delicate, and decidedly Xenos. Bloody Eldar, with their durable bloody architecture that stands for millennia. I know, why doesn't it just fall down like proper human architecture? As my plan comes to a head, I might be able to get on this bloody planet and finally get on my way to chasing down that Workshy Jenkins. Media unrelated. 1 minute. It's 1 minute. I haven't got sound. 1 minute.
Woke up sexy as fuck again. I gotta stop doing that. Damn.
Woke up what? Like, I can hear it, but I can hear it, but I didn't quite catch what he said.
Woke up sexy as fuck again.
Oh, sexy as
I gotta stop doing that. Damn.
I thought he said woke up 60 again. I was like, all right. I mean, I presume that's Father Grigori talking to himself in the mirror there. Nice. Lurdex, I love it, man. I mean, hopefully you can destroy the Eldar Xenos buildings. I mean, I can't quite remember why we're going to the Eldar buildings. I'm sure it's important. I'm sure we'll figure it out on the day. I can't remember if you went there or if I told you to go. It's fine. Whatever the last order was, that's fine. Yeah. Konflikt Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Show L10 his mini. I do have, yeah, so we do have an L10 mini. It's down here. There you go. Inquisitor TriStar, baby. There we go. First opportunity, I get to run him in a mid-hammer battle report. You better believe it, boys. You better fucking believe it. Nice. There we go. And we've got that rat bastard. Thank you for the super chat, man. A couple of picture stream discussion before I go. All right, let's have a look here. Let's have a look. He doesn't get a proper base because he doesn't have rules yet, and who knows what size it will be. But otherwise, he's done. The last model in my pile until the secret new product arrives. Have you bloody cleared your pile of shame again? I've told you to stop doing that. You're making the rest of us look bad. Oh, and if you remember my boy Arthur, he destroyed a pair of Jezzails with his tail, so I cobbled this together to stand in for the fallen soldiers. Hey! Now that is a legit OG model. Holy shit, man. Is that the end times like horned rat, or is that a new one? It might be a new one actually, because it's on a round base. I feel like it's what the old Forge World one though, but I could be wrong. It looks cool. I'm loving the little rat sniveling his feet. Nice. There he is, big boy. Yeah, I thought it was the Forge World one. Yeah. That is a perfect objective marker. Cool. There you go. That is a perfect objective marker. Brilliant. Amazing. Nice. Good boy, Arthur. There you go. Best boy marker. Exactly. He just knew. He was like, Father, you must stop with these foolish rats. But believe in Sigma. I swear to God, if your new army is an Empire army, I'm going to shit the bed in the best possible way. There we go. Nice. Cool. He's a big boy. Yeah. Love Newfies. They're great. All right. And you know what? On that note, we're going to have to wrap the stream up. I know. A mere 4 hours. A mere 4 hours. But I have to be up. And, I mean, when am I getting up? Soon. Very soon. So I've got to be at Warlord for like I don't think I'm gonna get there on time. I don't know why Woodham hates me. Warlord, Woodham was like, oh hey, can we what time do we need to get to Warlord for? And Warlord was like, oh, anytime. It's just normal office hours. And Woodham was like, cool, so we'll get there for 9:30. And I was like, what? Come on, man. Why is it? What's going on here? What's going on here? I set off at 9:30. I'm not getting up at 9. I'm not getting there for 9:30. I'm setting off at 9:30. I'm like, I'm so fucked. I know. Like, why are we getting there for rush hour traffic? I know. I don't get it. It should. I don't know. I'm not a fan. I feel like it's going to be rush hour traffic. Yeah, I feel like set off at 9, get there for 11, chill, chill morning, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I feel like that would have been the better call, but he got, yeah. I don't know. I do feel a little bit like I might send an email and be like, look, I'm going to be real, guys. Don't judge me, but I don't think I'm going to get that. I don't think I'm going to get that for 9:30. I don't think it'll be like, if I set off at 7, I still wouldn't get there for 9:30. Do you know what I mean? Like, because it's 2 hours when it's clear. It's going to be 3, maybe 4 hours. This is the mental thing. If I set off at 7, I bet I get there basically the same time as if I set off at 9. That's how bad rush hour traffic in the UK is in any major city. So I'm a little like, I'm a little like, if I set off at 9, I basically just miss all the traffic. But I don't know. I think 9:30 was a very... And I don't know why... I honestly don't know why I wouldn't have suggested it. Because he comes from further away than I do. So unless he got a hotel... Maybe he got a hotel the night before. Maybe. But... Yeah. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm not sure. I mean... Let me have a look. Let me Google Maps this bad boy. Alright, 1 minute. Let's have a look. Alright. 1 second. There we go. Don't worry, I didn't, man. I almost did, but I didn't quite. How can I... Don't leave now. Depart at... $7:30. Fuck, man. If I depart at 7:30, it's a 3-hour journey. So I'd have to depart at like 6. I'm just going to have to send an email so that people are like... Hopefully people will get it in the morning. I'm just going to be like, look, it's just... I've checked the times. Getting there at 9:30 is going to be just hitting rush hour traffic. It's going to take 3 hours. I'm just going to set off to avoid that traffic. And I'm just going to have to be real. Yeah. I just think it's silly. I think it's silly and entirely unnecessary. Yeah. Oh fuck, 1 minute. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Russell W, I live an hour and a half commute every morning for work. Dude, I've Good for you. You waste an hour and a half of your life, of your finite existence on this earth in the car every day. What a flex. What a fucking flex. 3, actually. Well, I wasn't sure if it was the same distance back. Yeah, not distance, same time. Obviously, same distance, but same time back. But no, on a serious note, SW, I've done it. I used to commute every day into one of the big cities in the UK, and it was a 2.5 hour commute every day if I got there for 9. I've told you this story before with the whole, like, when I could pick my own hours, it would take me like 45 minutes to get there. When I had to go in, because the rush hour was so bad, when they changed it, so they're like, no, you must come in at 9 because some bitch was fucking ruining the flexi time. Basically, I had to, it took me 2.5 hours. That was one of the reasons why I had to leave. Because I was like, guys, I'm not doing 2.5 hours every fucking day. Like, crazy. Yeah, so, but anyway, the point is, like, I sympathize with you. I really do. Because it's really, it can be difficult just being in a car. Like, you know. So I know I was busting your balls a little bit, but I actually do feel your pain and I do sympathize with you. Yeah. All right, last super chat here. Keep with the Imperial Salt. Picture the discussion. Getting my motivation back. Let's have a look. Yes! Look at it, boys. He's smashing it. We had the Skeleton Rider before, and now we've got the Necrosphinx. I'll be real. The Necrosphinx, I fucking hate him. Not the model. Not your paint job. I think the model is cool as fuck. I think your paint job is excellent. But they're really powerful in game, and I only ever play against people who pass their fucking like regen saves like mad bastards. I bet if I had them, I'd never pass a regen save. You faced 4 last week. I just refuse to play that person again. If they did it again. Oh, 2 games. Okay, it's different. I thought you meant 4 in 1 game. I was like, fuck off. 2 games, both versus Tomb Kings, both with double Necrosphinx. And double Tomb King Dragon. Wait, so there was 2 Necrosphinxes and 2 dragons in each list? Or 2 Necrosphinxes and a dragon in each list? It's either way, it's horrific. I'm sorry. 4 Sphinx and 4 dragon total. Right, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have a word with these Tomb King players. I'm sorry. Like, keep Imperial Salt. This looks beautiful, by the way. This looks really... There's a reason I'm leaving it on screen. It looks great. I'm going to have a word with these Tomb Kings players. They have been nothing but trouble. They've been nothing but trouble since for the last, I'd say, 18 months. We've had they took the piss, poison spamming everyone to death. They've taken the piss, fucking Necrosphinx. They've taken the piss playing fucking Yu-Gi-Oh in our goddamn war game. They're taking the fucking piss with Ushabti fucking shooty spam, and they're taking the fucking piss with big monster spam. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They're taking the piss. If you are a Tomb King player and you're not turning up with at least 100 skeletons, you shouldn't be allowed to play. It should be a minimum requirement in the list. Why are you playing Tomb Kings if you're not bringing skeleton spam? What are we doing here? Why did you collect the faction? You know, people who collect Tomb Kings and then only bring the bullshit are the Tau players of Old World. You see, Cathay isn't the Tau of Old World. Cathay is the Eldar of Old World. Because the Cathayan players, they own the fact that they picking Cathay up to smash people. But I bet all these Tomb King players say the immortal line, which is kind of appropriate considering that they're an undead faction. The immortal line. Oh, I just think the models look cool. Fuck off. If you thought the models looked cool, you'd have the skeletons. You didn't get into it for the models. You've turned up with 2 fucking Sphinx, 2 fucking dragons, and a cock in your ass, and I've had enough. I've had enough. If you've not got 100 skeletons, and you've not got a bunch of chariots, you're not a Tomb Kings player. You're a tower player that snuck your way into Old World. I'm saying it. I'm saying it. 1 dragon, fine. A dragon, Necrosphinx, fine. Of course, fine. 2 Necrosphinxes and no dragon, fine. 2 dragons and no Necrosphinxes, fine. But the moment you go above the 2, you're taking the piss. I want to make something clear. It's not all Tomb King players, and it's not. I'm joking. I'm beefing. It's beefy beefs, right? You know. But I'm saying that Tomb King players. It's not Tomb King players. It's players with Tomb Kings. It's the difference. You know. It's people who are picking them up and stat checking with them. Exactly. It's not 40k. Old World is not 40k. That shit ain't welcome here. It ain't welcome. You wanna fucking spam, you wanna do Monster Mash spam, fuck off back to modern 40k. I'm just saying. What are you doing in my old world? What are you doing in my old world? It's my fucking old world. Do you know why? Do you know why I get to say? Do you know why I get to say it's my old world and not your fucking old world and not our old world? It's my fucking old world. I'll tell you fucking why I get to say it. Because everybody else said that, all of you motherfuckers said, it's a dead game. The models look like ass. Imagine paying that much money for models that are 20 years old. No. You all fucking slagged it off. And I, and the others like me, who were there on open day, pre-ordering our fucking books and our fucking models, we knew it was going to be a success. We made it a success. If you guys had been there when GW Legends half the factions, they wouldn't be tournament legal. Because we were there, we told GW to go fuck themselves, and now everyone gets to play with Dark Elves and Skaven. Okay? So if you're going to turn up to my old world and you're going to bring 4 fucking bullshit monsters and you're going to have the fucking gall to say to me, I just like the models, I'm going to lose my shit at you in a public place. I'm going to call you out in a public place. I've done it before. I'll do it again. I'm telling you, I won't stand for it. I will be mean to you. I will degrade you. I will come across as the worst party. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. I'll come across as an asshole. Oh, man. There you go. That rat bastard. If you turn up to our game with 4 monsters, it won't be Arthur who breaks your models. I'm not having an entire flank get eaten by another gigantic chaos spawn. I can't do it, man. I'm still recovering from the last time. You know, I'll let you off. You know what? I'll let you off double Hell Pit Abomination. Maybe even triple Hell Pit. I don't know how many you can take. I'll let you off with the Skaven because they're in such a bad place. But I would prefer it if you brought a lot of clan rats. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I'm just saying. It's time for the clan rat versus Common Goblin spam. Bring the 2 units that no one ever brings to the games. There you go. What's a real Cathay player? Cathay is fine if... I don't think they exist yet, but that's not meant in a disparaging way to Cathayan players. They just haven't got their entire army yet. I don't, you know, I think, but truthfully, I think a real Cathayan player is one that turns up with at least 2 units of 20 Jade Warriors. If you don't do that, you know, a Cathayan army should be 2 units of, you know, right now should be 2 units of Jade Warriors, unit of Lancers, Crazy Dragon Lady, Balloon, couple of cannons. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just don't spam. Guys, it's not Warhammer Total War and you've set up a skirmish and you've put 20 Hellblaster volley guns in your roster because you thought it'd be a cool little experiment or maybe make a cool short out of it for YouTube. Okay, it's not that. Okay? It's not that. Just bring normal fucking lists. Like, there was a guy out, like, I saw someone the other day who had a Vampire Counts list and it just cleared through 3 players at an event. Well, I say the other day, it's like 6 months ago. Maybe 4 months ago. But the list was just like a big brick of grave. There was a huge brick of grave guard in the middle of the army. And even though I'm reliably informed that it was an utterly bullshit list beyond any comprehension of the mortal mind, I would rather lose to that than 4 monsters. Because I would rather my entire army disappeared underneath the white blades of the Graveguard as they march inexorably across the board, never dying, infinitely respawning. I'd rather that because that feels like I'm facing undead. That feels like I'm in Sylvania, leading an ill-fated campaign to get the elector seat. You know, that does. But yeah, I'll lose to that game 10. I'll lose to that list 10 times out of 10. No dramas. But I don't want to lead a fucking crusade into Nehakara, and the first thing that I come across is 4 fucking monsters. Soz. Fucking soz. Soz, not soz. Keep the Imperial Soul. I want to make something abundantly clear. I am an old man shouting at a cloud. Your model looks beautiful, and I don't want you to think I'm having a go at you or putting you off. I know you're just painting up your model. Don't worry, man. That wasn't a message to you. That wasn't a message to the 99% of Tomb King players that are absolute heroes. That was a message to the 1% of Tomb King players, not the 1% of players who are picking up Tomb Kings for the wrong reasons. Yeah, we're here to push. Yeah, monsters and artillery go in the same category. Spamming them makes the game less Warhammer. Exactly. Exactly, man. Yeah. Good, keep it personal. I didn't want you to think my unhinged rant. I was worried my unhinged rant might have come across the wrong way. So I'm glad that I didn't upset you, man. Thank you. There you go. Macon, thank you for super chat. Serious note, how are Soulblight models for Vampire Counts? I think they're fine. Yeah, I think it's just AOS models are intrinsically quite expensive because it's like 30 quid for like 10 of them, right? So I don't really know much about AOS models, I'll be real with you. Age of Sigma, Death, Soulblight Gravelords. Oh, they're fine. Yeah, they're just a little expensive. They're a little expensive and the poses are quite dynamic. So the only issue you might have is actually getting them to rank up because they're not designed to be ranked up. Like a good example I'll give you is this guy's spear here. I bet it's a fucking nightmare to rank up. It's going to be poking into the head of his mates. Do you know what I mean? And the shields are quite, his shields are quite flung out. So there's an element of the models look beautiful and are totally appropriate, but they're probably just a bit impractical and probably slightly expensive as well. I mean, you know, you're going to want, if you're going to go down a zombie horde route, you're probably going to want probably more than 20 for 38 quid. You know? Yeah. So I think, you know, they're fine. They're beautiful models. They're fine, but they're probably a little expensive. You're probably a bit better either 3D printing some or getting some 3D printed ones. Or if you really don't like 3D printed models, which I understand, like massively so. A lot of people don't. But let me have a look here. I think you're probably better off going something like this. So you've got Mantic, Kings of War, and they do undead stuff. And it's pretty... I've never built the models, so I can't comment on if they're any good or anything. I've had most people tell me that they're perfectly okay. But I think these are a little bit more affordable. Can't really see the models very well. Sprues. They look like a piece of piss to build, though. To be fair, they do look like a piece of piss to build. You know, it looks like they're mostly in 2 parts and everything. But I don't know how... You get 40 models for £45. So, how much is that versus Games Workshop? I mean, it's £7 more for double the models. And that's on the skeletons. And then the zombies, I think, are the same. Oh, the zombies are £45 for 39 models. So you've got one less zombie there. There you go. But yeah, they look, again, they look fine. Oh, there you go. Perfectly serviceable zombies. Oh, wow. Piece of it. Look at that for, it's literally 2, it's in 3 parts. Body, legs, body, head. So yeah, it might be better for going for the Mantic stuff. You do, I wonder what you get in the Mega Army. It doesn't look like you get a full... okay, 20 hard plastic skeleton warriors, 20... Okay, I probably wouldn't go for the undead army, just because you don't really want the catapults. This you get 42 zombies, 40 skeletons, revenant miniatures, I imagine, are like Graveguard, and then 20 ghouls. This would be better, I think. Yeah. So you get, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 5 by 4. Oh, but they're not full filled in, are they? Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3. I think I'll just take the box description at its face value. These would be kind of cool. I'm not sure what you'd use them for. Maybe use it like Varguths or something. Yeah, 42 zombies, 40 skeletons. Yeah, 42 zombies and 40 skeletons. That's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, they'd be quite good Shrek Wolf in those, actually, yeah. But you could probably use them as... these guys. Vargeists. You know, instead of werewolves, instead of Batmen, you've got werewolves. I think, for all intents and purposes, they're basically the same thing. And I think they are in Old World. You can always check that. If you're not certain, you can always check, because you can go to Warhammer community, go to downloads, go to Warhammer the Old World, go to Legends, go to Vampire Counts, which is where your army rules are free, right? So that's cool. And then let's see what we've got here. Grave Guards, Skelly Warriors, Crypt Ghouls, Crypt Horrors, Bat Swarms, Vargeists. There you go. Yeah, so you would be able to use them as Vargeists. Nice. Yeah, Max Mini does do great stuff, but it's all in resin, whereas this stuff's in plastic. Yeah, so Macon, that's a thing. But I, like I said, I've never built the Mantic models, so my recommendation, again, considering the fact that it's undead, you can never have too many zombies. My recommendation would actually be to buy like a single box of the undead. You know, maybe, you know, pick your, like, there's some option. If you ever look down here, you know, you've got a smaller unit of skeletons here. Yeah, I would maybe, you know, either, it depends on how much you want to spend, right? But I think the ghouls, are the ghouls basically zombies? No, they're a little different. Ghouls are a thing in Old World as well. So I would probably dip my toe in. Are the Revenants the Graveguard ones? Yeah. So I would probably dip my toe in with a box of the Skelly Bobs. See how they are to build and paint. And if they're okay, then you've got 20 extra skeletons, and then you know, go in for something a bit bigger. Yeah. All right. All right. And on that note, the revolution spreads, brother. The fire rises. On that note, ooh, I'm going to bed. Got to pack my army for tomorrow. Although, to be fair, I might just chuck all my entire Soviet army fits in one box. It's brilliant. So on that note, I think we're going to wrap things up. But let me just take a moment before I rush off to say a huge, huge, huge thank you. Ooh, people did say more battle reports. Interesting. I want to say a huge, huge thank you to every single one of you crazy, beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. And this is the last stream of the week. I probably won't be streaming tomorrow unless I mean, I'm almost guaranteed I'm not streaming tomorrow. So, yeah. So if I don't see you again until Monday, I want to say a huge thank you to everyone who joined today's stream and to everyone who joined all the streams throughout the week. And a big thank you to everyone for all of your fantastic support. Huge, huge, huge thank you. Especially in tonight's stream, it's absolutely popped off. We've had L10 coming with the Death Strike. We've had Fear Factory coming with 50 memberships. And we had Ridemaster who came in with the Death Strike and with 30 memberships as well. Very, very kind. Very, very generous. So huge, huge thank you to all of those guys. And of course, to everyone else who went above and beyond the Call of Duty and came in with all the super chats and everything. Because truth is, couldn't do it without you guys. Couldn't do it without the community. I'm very aware of that. I always like to take a moment to remind myself that I'm very fortunate to get to talk about Konflikt 47 and Old World and Warhammer for a living. It's amazing. So I can only do that because of you guys, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart a huge thank you. But I hope you all enjoy your weekends. Thank you for watching, and of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.